I think that'll do. 110 screen. Boom, boom, boom. Function down. And boom. Top. Does that work? No. Oh, freaking wackadoodle. Particle system. Restart app if you have issues. I'm having issues. What's up, Katra? My mom really doesn't care sometimes. She cares in her weird way, but there's times when she has no empathy. Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult when people like that are parents, especially because parents have to teach their children how to guide their empathy and how to use it properly. Yeah, that can be rough, Kadra. I don't know if I've got any advice except make sure you do something differently when you have children. Even if it doesn't feel like you have any now, in the future, we'll understand that, that's a guidance and way, but you can choose to be different. All right, where'd I break my thing at? Go ahead, clean it up. All right, what did I break? Oh, freaking back up. Barrel stabilizer. Just shut this thing down. Something weird going on here. She wants me to get a job. I get that she cares, but I want to get a job. She doesn't have any understanding about why I would be anxious. Trust me, I'm very touchy when someone's upset. I listen to her. Good. Do you know Stray Kids? You look like Han, a member of them. Oh, yes. I know Stray Kids. I don't think I look like Han. Let's take a look. You think I look like a boy band member that's freaking was it K-pop? Bam! They got like every color of hair going on there. All right, let me see why I don't have this working here. Social. There we go. Okay. What's up, John? Okay, hold on, let me get back to here. He listened to me, but I was explaining that I've never done a cover letter or a resume on my own, and most jobs want those. And then I still have homework. So yep. Okay. What in the what? And I have my issues, but the fact that she has zero ideas why I'd be upset. Yes, do you know what that's called? Katra? And you should learn this sooner than later. What up, twin? Right, let me show you something. So, it's fine, I'll recover. I was going to ask my friend, but they're busy. Well, I'll help you however you need. It looks like, yeah, I got a big nose. I broke it a bunch of times. Probably about over 12 times skateboarding. Yeah, brother, check me out. My Yep. slamming it on ramps, back of cars, sitting with skateboards, all that good stuff. What up, TW? I talked to my sister over in the middle of the woods without service for most of the day. Yep. Open topic. So yes, sociopathy and psychopaths can't have empathy, and they can't understand why you would be upset. And there's a bunch of other clinical terms like narcissism, but usually, I mean, parents can definitely be narcissistic towards their kids. Absolutely, just saying. But you have to understand that she may not even have the ability to be empathetic towards you. And the sooner you realize that, then you won't have false expectations. You won't expect her to be empathetic of you if she can't do it. Probably call my other sister if she's free, but has a busy job and always hanging out with friends. It's hard because she clearly tries to have empathy. I don't think she's a narcissist entirely. Yeah, I'm not saying she's a narcissist. But the thing is, and being psychopathic or sociopathic doesn't mean bad person. It's just like how people that can't smell can't smell. All right, it's just the diagnosis of a thing. But yeah. It's definitely a rough thing to deal with. I've definitely dealt with lots of people that, especially in the places that I've worked and the things that I've done. There's a lot of people that get to where they're at because they've got no empathy. They don't know who they're hurting, and it happens to a lot of people, or a lot of people that have those personality traits don't realize that they're hurting people while on their way up like the corporate ladder or the financial ladder, because so they're like, yeah, and sometimes they're really good employees for sales and stuff like that because they don't care. It's just a disconnect, and a big reason why I couldn't live with her. I was too young to have the words for it to realize the issue is one. Yeah, well, I mean that's one thing about maturing, getting older, and understanding the world more. Especially when you see people that don't. Like, there's people that will have empathy that don't even know you, and be like, oh, I feel bad for you, and they're not your mom. Yeah, so it can be tough to deal with. I've met lots and lots and lots of people that have had psychopathic and sociopathic parents. I'm a bit of a narcissist. I got to stay on top of it. And that's the thing. You don't have to be evil and a narcissist. And like I say all the time, it's not that people are X, Y, or Z. It's that they're X, Y, and Z and evil. Yeah. Otherwise, you can be... Right. So then as you learn, as you go through the experiences and you say, if I say this, like it hurts these people's feelings. I don't know why it does. I can't empathize with them, but I know that, and then, but there's people that just do not care at all. Like, they know. But yeah, if you know and you don't want to hurt people, you go out of your way to do that. She can pretend to be 100% honest. She can't pretend to be 100% honest either. If you're going to lie about one thing, could tell your own child she understands something. I know she's good in the heart. I love her a lot, and I have a great trip with her. I just can't live with her. Hey, right, then don't. Then don't. Don't. And the thing is, things may change in the future too. Like, may or may not. So don't allow it to hinder your growth, and don't allow it to hinder. You can find people that are empathetic to take those places. Yeah, she's still your mom, absolutely, but don't put yourself in a predicament where that that's going to be negative for you. Yeah, but she's my mom, so X, Y, and Z. Okay, right, I understand. But your mom's already here in life, and you're here in life, so don't tread through the mud. I don't live with her. I'm just upset she doesn't get it. It's okay. I'm going to text my sister something. All right. Well, if you need help writing a freaking cover letter or whatever, you got Discord, or ask here. We're a community. Oh, I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does. What up, OG Kicks? Dun, dun, dun. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, where are we at here? 1, 2. Oh, I found a funny picture of myself. You guys want to see what I look like bald? Uh-oh. Let me show you this. Oops. Bam. Nice. Look at that, boy. Shiny bald. Looking good. I love it. I love it. All right, so let's see. TW had something he wanted me to see. Hopefully, I don't have no copyright in it, but we'll check real quick. We'll take a look. I gotta find some background music to play too. Oh no, it's Oh Brother Where Art Thou? I can't play that. What up, Cat? I saw that you called. Oh, 6 o'clock exactly you came in. I was eating dinner and then I just got online. How you doing? Cat the Creator. I was gonna, okay, oh yeah. I'm available tomorrow whenever you got time. Give me a call. We can go over it. Oh brother, where art thou? What is this? Free turf. Murder hornets. Oh, what's going on here?
Lawmakers and the governor are now appealing to the White House to make a disaster declaration.
Anyway, there was a cowboy in Nashville. No excuses. I have plenty of time because work with him.
There is desperation to find a solution to this crisis. The tank is located in a densely populated area just miles away from 2 Disney theme parks, Angel Stadium and Knott's Berry Farm. At least 50,000 people in Orange County have been forced to evacuate their homes and seek residence in temporary shelters. And the mayor is warning residents not to ignore those evacuation orders, calling this a very dangerous situation. ABC's Jacqueline Lee leads us off from the command center.
Tonight, progress in the desperate efforts to prevent an environmental disaster in Orange County, California.
Go figure. Surprised they got enough water.
A 7,000-gallon tank full of hazardous liquid, finding a potential crack, offering a glimmer of hope. Why would this be a good thing?
So the thing about the crack is what we're looking for. It's going to relieve pressure. We want the pressure relieved out of that tank.
He goes on to explain there could still be an explosion, just not a catastrophic one. For days, officials have feared the tank would either explode into a fireball, igniting nearby tanks.
Jeez, my brother lives 1.5 miles from the evacuation zone.
Even short-term exposure could cause skin and eye irritation and breathing problems. More than 50,000 residents remain under evacuation orders. 2 residents filing a class action lawsuit yesterday against GKN Aerospace, the company in charge of the tank.
They're already filing a lawsuit?
Trump issue an emergency declaration to support response operations.
Oh, hold on. When is their voting? When is their voting? I bet you. What? I bet you. What? You what?
Has been monitoring air quality since Friday.
So in Georgia here, during the voting in Georgia, they shut down a bunch of places because of an emergency. And I bet you they're going to do the same around there.
We've been involved in the modeling of different scenarios. We're being told that the tank will fail, but there are different scenarios as to what that means.
And it's been like a couple of days. Like they have pumps to these tanks. They could have pumped it out, moved it to another tank. They could have pumped in neutralizing agents. They didn't do any of that. They're just spraying a bunch of water on a tank.
And it's not far from several major
I do not trust these people.
Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm, and the Angel Stadium. The Angels going ahead with a game tonight against the Rangers.
And the Angels are still not losing their money. They're like, no, we're still going to play the game. So they're not. Yeah, dude, this is the thing that drives me crazy too. Like when we were all told to not use carbon dioxide because of global climate change, And then Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, Fanta, all these other companies still send millions of tons of carbon dioxide to McDonald's and whatnot to use just to make soda bubbly. And they still use carbon dioxide in the billions of sodas that they sell every day. And they're not told to stop their profit making because CO2 is destroying the atmosphere. And just like this, you all should leave. Oh, except if you're going to the ball game, because that's millions of dollars we're going to miss out on. Absolutely. What up, quackers? Jesus is king, brother. Amen.
Officials insisting the areas outside of the evacuation zone are completely safe.
How would they know?
Conduct another operation tonight, and if all goes well, it's possible.
No, you're definitely not the only reason.
Listen. I don't know how to tell y'all this, but I'm gonna be very, very blunt and transparent. Never trust anything that politicians, especially in California, are telling you. If it's even a remote chance for this to be a disaster, then you should take precautions and get out of there immediately, and don't play with your life.
Right.
I don't know how
I
many
agree.
times that we've seen this take place. Not necessarily this potential disaster, but where warnings that are ignored, like the fires that's happened over in California. And I can't blame this on politicians. I think that the response of how things are handled often at times are put at the feet of a politician's plate or whatever.
And lawmakers and the governor.
Yeah, that's so crazy that they're not. This is the thing that drives me crazy. So imagine people in California are probably thinking the same way I'm thinking. That why is the Angel Field game still going on? If it's that dangerous and that deadly that all of these people, why don't those businesses also have to go out? What up, Martian? Ethics over faith. Friendly reminder, God allowed men to sell their daughters, Exodus 21:7, saying if a man sells his daughter to be a maidservant, and Exodus 12:14, as law ordinance forever. Right, but what does Exodus 13 and Exodus 15 say? Ethics over faith. There's my gift. Now I'm out, but I may come back later. Right. All right, Cap. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's see. Ask me, I'm the math guy. Oh, what's that? Zimbabwe's two-toed tribe. The sticking points for Iran. They're fighting spiders in their what? They're fighting spiders on steroids in the Philippines. Let's see. Man, that's a big girl.
This is a toe biter. Yeah, might sound funny, but these little bugs live in lakes and spend all day eating everything they lay their eyes on. And to humans, they're known for injecting venom into toes, causing extreme amounts of pain. So I found this website that will sell me some to keep as pets. Yep, I'm gonna build them a home in this fish tank. Let's buy 2 of these. Let's see how this goes.
Jeez.
And you already know the delivery drivers worked overtime to get these to me as soon as possible. So I cut it open so I could get out the containers. Supposedly the bugs were inside. All right, let's see these. Oh shoot. No, this thing's massive.
Jesus.
Since it was kind of hard to get a good look at them in these containers, I got out this temporary tank and put them in. I was very careful because supposedly these guys have wings, meaning they could just fly out to my toes and start biting them if I wasn't careful. Anyways, now we can really see how absolutely vicious these guys are with their insanely sharp pincher forceps that they actually use to latch onto prey in the wild. Then, using a little sharp mouthpiece they have, they inject a special type of venom into prey that turns the inside of their body into liquid that they then proceed to slurp up like a smoothie.
Yeah, I really hope these guys don't escape while making this video. But anyways, let's just build them a home and keep them as pets.
This can't go well, but the first step is to make the background of their home. To make this look good, I wanted to put this black board along the back. That way the tank would have more of this dark feel that matches how creepy the toe biters are. Then I got out some spray
freaking
foam.
nuts.
Yep, wouldn't be a Terra Green video without it. But this time I used the foam to connect all these pieces of cork bark along the back to add some sort of natural feel to it. I even went and covered all the excess spray foam with some dirt so it wouldn't be as ugly.
But the coolest thing is, as you can see, is I actually hid some of these plant pots along the top. Basically, it's going to allow me to plant some beautiful plants in here, and it's gonna be super luscious by the end of the video, probably.
But to really complete this backdrop, we need to add these. These are called sticks. Yep, and we're gonna put these along the back wall. If you didn't know, sticks are really cool because they grow from trees, and they're actually made of wood. I'm just kidding, guys. I know you guys all know what sticks are. I don't know why I'm explaining this. Anyways, yeah, I put so many of these sticks along the back because I really wanted to make this place look like some underwater mangrove swamp with so many roots everywhere.
I'm already loving how this is coming together.
I wonder how bad that spray foam. Well, I guess if this is just for the video, I wonder how that spray foam would affect the water.
We're not even on step 2, which is actually to make the floor and decorations.
For this build, I just wanted to use this simple gravel material for the floor. But along with it, I've also got this, which I've never actually used before. It's a little underground cave
3D
that
printed.
goes up against the glass. Basically, after we go and fill up the rest of this floor with gravel, you can see this cave stays as an open area that stuff can go inside. And maybe our toe biters will come and chill in here, or maybe some of the prey we add will come and hide in here. For as long as they can, of course.
Now you're probably wondering why I didn't add any of this aqua soil like I usually do. And well, that's because I'm not going to put any sort of plants in here this time.
Instead, I want it to look like some abandoned swampy area with super murky water. And we do that by putting a ton of natural materials around, like this big driftwood piece coming out the middle, and then a bunch of smaller stuff, like these dead leaves, some mini pine cones, and little sticks.
But most importantly, I've got some beta miracle leaves. Oh yeah, I don't know why they're called miracle leaves, but hopefully they spread some sort of miracle.
They make
around
miracles.
things, something like that, surely.
But actually, I kind of do know why these are called miracle leaves. Because if I go and fill up this floor area with just a bit of water, you can see over the span of about an hour, it starts to turn into this brown, murky color. That's because those leaves and all the other natural stuff I added inside is spreading around tannins in the water, which turns it this color. And it's actually super healthy for any fish or bugs that would live in here. Dang, the more you know. Anyways,
yeah.
I drained that while I continued on with the build by putting in a few
Neon,
lava
what
rocks
are they
and
called?
covering them in a bit of the sphagnum moss, which I also put all over the background of the enclosure.
Finally, the most important
We used to have those
decoration
back in the
is
day.
Some little mini plastic boots. Yeah, because we all know at the bottom of every lake and stuff, they just got like boots and stuff. At least that's what all the fishing games I've played have told me. Yeah, I got some pretty cool decorations, as you can see. Just gonna put that there.
Now for my favorite part of each of these weird pet videos, the DIY decorations. And for the first one, let's make some pictures. Yep, I literally went out and bought these mini dollhouse picture frames. I'm just gonna scatter all around the enclosure with funny pictures of toe biters.
And to make some funny pictures, I gotta do some photoshopping. I'm a Photoshop master, so this should go pretty well.
First of all, I used my expert skills to make a picture of a toe biter eating one of its favorite foods ever, a frog. Yes, they actually eat frogs in the wild. Then I made this picture of a toe biter flying in the air with beautiful angel wings. Because yeah, like I said, they can actually fly with their actual wings, but they don't look as majestical as these angel wings, of course. Finally, I found this picture of what it looks like when a toe biter lays eggs. Yeah, apparently they literally keep them on their back until they hatch. So I put a bunch of baby toe biters all around this mom toe biter.
Then we just gotta go and print out these fantastical pictures. And yes, I finally got a printer at my house, so I don't gotta go to the store no more. And wait, no, what the heck is this, bro?
Now you gotta go to the
gosh.
store.
Oh my gosh, I forgot you gotta buy color for the ink. Okay, I guess I gotta go to the store anyways. Please do that out of the way.
Yeah, so I drove to the printing store to get the photos instead. Anyways, when I got home, I cut out all the little images and put them inside their frames. As you can see, I obviously have the ones I photoshopped, but I also found this picture of all the toe biters' favorite foods, like insects and fish, so they can daydream about them all day. And I also found this picture on Google of some crazy person who willingly let this thing bite him. Why the heck would you do that, bro? I don't know, I just thought I had to put this in. Anyways, for the next DIY build, I'm gonna make some signs. this. Yep, I literally went out and bought all these random pieces of wood so I could burn some cool patterns on them with my super hot wood burning pen. With the first sign, I made it say beware of the biter, and I even put a little bit of eye emojis at the bottom. You know, I just thought those look cool. And then on the second sign, I made it said rest in peace to all the insects and fish that enter this tank, because as you know, toe biters do not take kindly to those kind of things.
Now I could just go and put these inside of the tank. I kind of want them to look like signs, so I got these sticks that I use for the background, which I'm gonna go and hot glue to the back of them.
Once they dried, I stuck the 2 signs in the floor and got out the final sign that I was going to make a pattern on. This time, I stuck these little wooden letters onto the sign to write toe biters. Then I completely burned all the letters black so they stood out.
All right, let's just hang that right there. And oh, that's actually fire. Hold on, wait, that's actually on fire. Oh, no, I'm just kidding, guys. It's just some editing. Yeah, don't worry, but it is actually fire.
Just some editing.
And now the build only needs one more thing. Some plants to put in those pots that I had at the top of the enclosure. So I drove to Walmart to buy them.
Oh yeah, I haven't been to Walmart in so long. I already know they're gonna have some fire plants. Bro, what is this? Wait, this is the entire plant section?
Yeah, I don't know what my Walmart is doing, because why the heck is there only like 5 plants here? None of these plants are even the right type, and they would all die in the water. Come on, Walmart. Hashtag bring back the plants. Everyone comment that. We actually got to bring back these plants. Anyways, I went home and instead just got out these terrarium plants that I had sitting in my garage. Listen, guys, I tried to go to Walmart. I know you guys get mad at me whenever I don't, but hopefully this is good enough for you guys. And anyways, once the plants were inside, I filled it up with water, and as you can see, it turned super brown from all the tannins, of course, which is perfect. That's exactly how I wanted it. And
That's
yes, this is
definitely
now 100%
not
complete.
level.
We don't need a filter or anything because toe biters are extremely resilient to water. So the next thing is to literally just get these guys inside.
Okay, I gotta be extremely cautious with this. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna, okay, 3, 2, 1.
It's gonna fly.
Pick it up. Oh, they both fell off. No. Okay, they're swimming around.
Wow, they're freaking huge.
So I instead went with a different approach and moved the cork bark to the new tank and instead used this net to try and transport the toe biters without them flying away. Thankfully, it was a little bit more successful, so I did the same with the other toe biter, and you can see they both just swam straight down to grab onto something, and they stayed completely still. But they do this for a purpose. You see, toe biters have evolved to have the exact same pattern and shape as a dead leaf, and they stay completely still till some prey swims by them. Then
Damn, that's a big piece of food for that little thing.
Food sources with these guys, starting with the smallest, which is actually mealworms, which I got right here.
Mealworms are one of the most common foods for the kind of pets I keep, so I had a feeling these guys would definitely enjoy them. First of all, I dumped one in the water with some tweezers and waved around in front of this guy. And instantly, he dashed off of his rock towards it, and it actually scared me a bit, but he didn't even actually end up attacking the mealworm. So when he found a new spot to go and rest, I did the same exact thing. And this time, he struck at it, and he scared me so much, I actually dropped the tweezers with the worm.
It looks like a big cockroach, Vishal. It's apparently called a toe biter. Like, they're really big.
But yeah. Anyways, on the third attempt, this is what happens. He went and grabbed the mealworm with his claws, and he actually got a good grip with it. Then he brought out his sharp mouthpiece and started finding a good spot to poke into the worm with. Eventually, he made the bite, and as I said earlier, they inject a special digestive enzyme into their prey that turns the inside of them into a
That's probably why they burn so
proceed
bad
to
when they
slurp
bite you.
up like a smoothie. And yeah, this must have been a tasty, tasty smoothie. All right, I'm gonna give mealworms a 7 out of 10 because those toe biters like them kind of a lot. But next up, we got an even bigger insect. We got some roaches, baby.
Hey, freaking Vishal, you were seeing the future.
Instantly, I put one of these roaches in front of the second toe
Sleeping
biter.
on a train? Oh, that's good. That's good. A lot of times when I see videos of those trains, there's a lot of freaking people standing in there. Ain't no room to sleep.
Onto my tweezers totally, and he just like would not let go. I think he didn't even see the roach, so I just knocked him off the tweezers and tried again. This time he actually grabbed the roach, but he also grabbed onto my tweezers again and straight up just would not let go. So I kind of just set the tweezers down while he ate the roach, and you can see this guy was also absolutely slurping this up and probably enjoying it a lot. All right, I'll give roach his 8 out of 10. It seemed like they liked him a little bit more, but now it's time for the toe biters' real favorite food.
Man, he's just sacrificing these freaking
Insects
things.
are great and all,
Look
but in
how
order for
big
my
that thing
toe-biters
is.
To be healthy and thriving, they need to eat fish because that's what they eat in the wild mostly.
And thankfully online, there's tons of websites that sell feeder fish just for this purpose. So I bought 2
Minnows.
of them so we can get our pet toe biters their proper nutrition. The next day, they got delivered, so I got them ready to feed.
All right, let's do this. And I even got my GoPro so I can get some nice underwater shots of these toe biters eating. Let's dump one of these fish inside.
The fish that I put inside immediately started swimming around. A little did he know
That's
that
odd.
this is
That's
all
odd.
my pet.
I come from
Since we're
privilege, so I
secretly
get
sitting right next to him,
first
watching
class
the
air
videos.
conditioning
Only
with
a
a
couple minutes
bed.
later,
Nice, nice, nice.
Too curious and started swimming near the toe biter. The toe biter was preparing to strike, but he had to wait for the perfect opportunity in order to not scare the fish away. And when the moment was right, he pounced off the rocks and missed and scared it away. Bruh, come on, I thought you were a master hunter. So instead, 5 minutes later, I decided to just help him out by feeding him with some tweezers. There you go, boy. Hope you enjoy. And yeah, this seemed like it was probably his favorite food.
Damn,
and
that's
he would
a
not
meaty
let go.
ass
Since it's easier
bug.
and nicer to feed insects, I'll mostly stick to them, and I'll just have fish be a special occasion for when they need the proper nutrients. Anyways, this is Pet Toe Biters. Hope you guys learned something new.
And so many of you guys were asking me to sign more coloring books, so I went ahead and signed 500 more. So if you're watching this around when I was
Man.
posted, there's a very good chance you
Reminds me of my family reunions. Yeah, a bunch of toe biters.
Copy. And even if you're not watching right after it's posted, they're still really cool, and we made them super educational and super fun, so you can learn a lot while having a great time. There's more information on the website. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. And goodbye, guys.
Nice. Nice. Crazy. Freaking my family reunions. Wackadoos. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we got next. Let's check out Discord and see what you guys put down in here. Boom. Boom. YouTube stuff. That's Leonard Skinner. I can't play that. Secret. Oh, that was a good one. We saw that the other day. Let's see about this genius. So unfair. So unfair is society. I'm sleeping in the bed, and just after 2, coach, there are people that have no place to sit. Yeah. Yep. And that happens everywhere. I mean, I'm guessing you pay more for your accommodation. The first class costs more than the second class, third class, whatever you call the standard class. Is it significantly different? What's the price difference for first class, which you have with air conditioning and a bed, compared to people in the general?
At the 2024 International Congress of Entomology, a group of researchers were gathered around the booth of a young elementary school student. They were listening closely as he presented his latest research on butterflies, and as his presentation came to a close, what followed was a long applause. Some rushed to take photos with him, and others were seriously
Wow,
considering
10 times different. So let's see real quick. Let's look at this. All right. Flight to, let's say Baltimore. All right. Let's see the cost. Okay, I said, so Frontier, $161. Cheapest one's $149. Okay. First class. Chicago. Okay, let's do this. Let's flight. We'll go Atlanta to Baltimore. All right, Atlanta to Baltimore is $400. Okay, and then we'll just do regular. So it's about twice as much. There are third AC and second AC that are comparable. Gotcha. Yeah. Does it matter where you get off at? Does it matter? Is it station to station? And like a lot of stops in between, and then if you pay from station to station? I'm guessing that's what it would be, but I got no idea.
His name is Joe Nagai, and he was 10 years old when he first presented his groundbreaking research on swallowtail butterflies. Now, you might think, how groundbreaking could this really be? He's 10. But he's the first person in the world to show that butterfly memories can persist through metamorphosis. And his research showed that butterflies not only retain memories of when they are in larval form, but that these memories may be passed on.
The 10 times different comes from why the government done to be fair to general. So cheap's like $5 and 900 kilometers, and I have to pay $60 for the same. Jeez.
To their offspring. To put that into perspective, this would be like saying that if your parents were bitten by a snake and had a very painful experience, their memory of that event would have a direct influence on how you feel towards snakes. Now, this certainly sounds very exciting, but at this point you're probably a little bit skeptical, because how scientifically accurate could his research really be? Well, let's take a step back and look at how all of this started in the first place. From a young age, Joe has always been fascinated by insects, whether it was the rhinoceros beetles that would battle each other with their horns, or dragonflies that he would find near a pond. And his favourite was the butterfly. But unlike most children, he didn't just go around collecting them. Instead, he would take the time to really observe their behaviour and document patterns and odd behaviours that most people would overlook. In kindergarten, he tested how long butterflies could survive if they got stuck inside their own chrysalis. In first grade, he would document his findings about a species of caterpillar that he found would molt more often than usual. He would come to win awards for both of these projects, and by the time he was in second grade, he had already accumulated hundreds of pages of handwritten observations about his butterflies. But somewhere along the way, he began to
notice some big pages. Look at the size of that
he
stuff.
noticed the butterflies he raised seemed to behave differently around him, even after metamorphosis. Compared to those he caught in the wild, they would flutter toward him when he tried to release them. And it made him wonder, is it possible that they could remember something from their time as caterpillars? So Joe did what any serious researcher would do. He went online and started looking for research papers on this very subject. That's when he came across a study
all
by
poisonous
entomologist
snakes,
called Martha Weiss.
Venomous. All venomous snakes versus non-venomous snakes. Which side's winning? The venomous snakes. So there's a difference between poisonous and venomous. Poisonous is if you eat it and it makes you sick, then that thing is poisonous. But if it has a weapon, then that's venom. If it bites you, it makes you sick. If you bite it and it makes you sick, it's poisonous. If it bites you and makes you sick, stings you, it's venomous. But yeah, venomous snakes would totally destroy the non-venomous snakes. Yeah, done and done. And especially because the other ones, no, that's all right. Most people don't know that. I worked at a zoo, so I happened to learn that. I didn't know it when I started. But most non-venomous snakes, like reticulating pythons and constrictors, boa constrictors and whatnot, they use strangulation, and it's really hard for one snake to strangulate another snake because they can slide out. They're just, so yeah, but a venomous snake could just bite a non-venomous snake and poison it.
In her experiment, Martha had shown that moths could retain memories from during their caterpillar stage, even after undergoing complete metamorphosis. It was a surprising and controversial finding because for a long time, many researchers believed that metamorphosis effectively reset the insect brain. When Joe read this paper, he was really excited, as he thought to himself that maybe there was a chance it could apply to his butterflies too. And so, in the spring of 2022, Martha received a large envelope.
Right, but anacondas are very, very big, right? And they're very, very rare. Yeah, and they also have very, very, very big teeth. Let's see. Anaconda versus venomous snake. anaconda. Let's see. While both anacondas and pythons are massive non-venomous constrictors, they both belong to biologically different families, evolved in different regions. Anacondas are heavy semi-aquatic boas, South America, while pythons are leaner, longer egg layers, primarily found in Africa and Asia. Pythons generally take the crown for length, with the reticulated python reaching 25 feet. Anacondas win when it comes to mass and raw power. The green anaconda can weigh up to 500 pounds, thicker, more robust body, making it pound for pound the most powerful constrictor on the planet. Both are ambush predators. Yeah, so I mean, that'd be bad. Yeah, the flying snake. But if a non-venomous snake bit a snake on its arm, right? Because snakes don't have bones lengthwise like that. The venomous snake could turn around and bite the non-venomous snake with the venom. So then that would start destroying and killing from the inside out. So while the non-venomous snake bites in, then he's waiting for this guy to strangle, and this guy could go, because they don't have arms. It's not like you can hold the non-venomous snake's head and then bite it, you know. So it would have to attack it and and then also, even if the non-venomous snake took the head of the venomous snake could bite the non-venomous snake from inside of its own body. Yeah, I still think the venomous snake would win. I mean, could non-venomous snakes win? But if you took 100 venomous snakes and 100 non-venomous snakes and put them against each other 1-to-1, I bet the venomous snakes would win. Can a single cobra kill the big anaconda? I seriously doubt it. So cobra's venom is powerful against something the weight of a human, but a 500-pound anaconda, I'm saying that it would need to be multiple cobras against one snake. So it might bite the snake and make it sick, but it probably wouldn't kill it. But let's see if there's been any data. Let's see if there's any data. Okay, cobra. Yeah, it's trying to hold me off from it. It says, cobra and anaconda, different strategies. The king cobra relies on lethal venom and speed. The anaconda is an aquatic constrictor that overpowers prey. Key differences. Primary weapon. The cobra is a neurotoxin, bites and subdues, and the anaconda constricts and crushes the prey to stop the heart. So, who would win? In a hypothetical fight, the matchup results in a mutually assured destruction. The king cobra strikes with lightning speed and deadly neurotoxins, but the anaconda's massive scale-covered bulk is highly resistant to venom. The anaconda gets a coil around the cobra, it can easily kill the snake. Even if the cobra manages to bite and fatally poison, they both end up dead. So the Australia inland taipan have much more venom. Right, much more. So it's amount of venom per pound or kilogram body weight. That's how you rate venom strength. So like a baby rattlesnake bites a human, the human will get sick but probably live. A baby rattlesnake bites a baby human and the baby human will die because there's a lot more toxin per pound.
In her mailbox. Inside was a handwritten letter 4 pages long. To Martha Weiss. Hello, my name is Joe Nagai. I live in Kobe, Japan, and I'm in 2nd grade. Along with the letter, he had attached pages upon pages of data he had collected over the years. He told her that he was very impressed by her research and that he wanted to replicate her work with his butterflies. Now, Martha was very flattered by this, but probably like most people, she didn't actually think Joe would be able to replicate this at all. And so she wrote back thanking him and instead recommended that he go with a more simple experiment. But Joe insisted, because he wrote back telling her that he'd already started adapting her protocols for his own lab at home, and even questioned parts of her methodology, like why certain chemicals were used.
In one of our correspondences, he called me on the carpet for using ethyl acetate. He said, "I have no idea why you would have used that chemical. Don't you know that that's what people use to kill insects? Don't you think that the insects would hate that odor?" And I admit to having felt a little bit defensive, and I sort of said out loud, "We did our controls. We know that it was okay," but he wanted to choose an odor that was natural, that they wouldn't have had experience with. And
this time, Martha realized he was serious, and she agreed to help him with his experimental design.
Nice.
Over the next few months, the two would regularly exchange ideas, like how to adapt her methods for his home setup and potential improvements to the original study. And by the fall of 2022, Joe wrote to say the study was finished, and this time he sent 33 pages. So next, let's take a look together at what this experiment involved.
Let's see, what'd you do, Joe?
Joe's experiment was built around a very simple question. If a caterpillar learns to associate a specific smell with something unpleasant, will it still know to avoid that smell after it becomes a butterfly? To test this, he followed a method similar to the original moth experiment. But not only did he adapt this for swallowtail butterflies, he also made several improvements to the methodology that we will take a look as we go through the experiment itself. First, Joe would expose the caterpillars he raised to a specific smell, and immediately here is where his first improvement comes in. In the original experiment, the smell used was ethyl acetate, which smells a little bit like nail polish. But Joe knew that this
Like
solution is very
acetone?
lethal and often used as a killing agent for insects. Joe felt it was possible that the caterpillars may be naturally sensitive to this and could potentially impact the accuracy of the study. So he decided
Baby
to
genius.
substitute
Yeah, me too.
lavender
Me too.
oil,
I'm
which
very
produced
proud.
a nicer smell. When the
And this is
caterpillars
the
were exposed to clean
thing.
air,
This is one of the reasons that I say you can't trust science that you can't replicate. So this 10-year-old kid is saying, "Hey, you're using poison to see if the bugs will stay away from it," and they stay away from it. Why wouldn't you use something that's natural in a bug's habitat? Like, why? So the original study is like, oh, if they smell bug spray as a caterpillar, they'll stay away from bug spray when they're a butterfly. And he's saying, why did you use bug spray? They might be naturally offended by bug spray. So the science would have stated one thing and would have been wrong. And then a 10-year-old comes along and says, okay, well, I guess we'll see what happened. But
nothing happened. But when they were exposed to the lavender smell, they received a mild electric shock. And here is where Joe makes his second improvement to the method. See, in the original experiment, and most insect experiments in general, delivering shocks is very common, and very little care is given to the insects themselves. But Joe really saw these caterpillars as his friends, and he didn't want to hurt them more than necessary. So rather than selecting an intensity level at random, of which there were 15, he started at the lowest level and gradually increased it while watching carefully for any signs of distress. By level 4, he noticed a clear reaction. The caterpillars would pop out their osmeterium, which was a clear indication that they could feel the shock. And he decided that this was enough. In the original moth study, the shock intensity was much higher, and the caterpillars would show much more intense distress responses, to put it lightly.
right.
He would then administer the shock by putting both the pad and the caterpillar on his arm, meaning he could feel the shock himself. Over repeated trials, the caterpillars eventually learned to avoid the smell, and he also had a control group of caterpillars that didn't undergo any training.
That's amazing.
While both groups were busy turning into butterflies, he would spend that time building a wide tube maze out of materials that he could find at home. And then came the most important part of the experiment. He would first place sugar water on both arms of the tube, but one of the arms would also have a small cotton pad with lavender oil. After completing metamorphosis, the butterflies were placed into the maze, and he paid close attention to their behavior. When he first tested the control group,
Science, stop entertaining curious minds. Everything done, you read it. Right. This is why we always have to test, repeat scientific experiments. Dog, why you orange? Probably because of this here. I can do that. I can do this. I can do that. I can do. There you go. It's even more orange. There you go. Probably that bed rotting artist.
Ones that weren't trained as caterpillars, they split evenly, so about 50-50. Then came the trained butterflies. If metamorphosis had erased their memory, they should show the same behavior.
Well, it's so this is the ring light. So it's got cool white and warm white, and then it can blend between the cool white LEDs and the warm white LEDs. So you can see here. Let me see if I see white here. So this is white, and you see that looks orange, and then as it rotates, oranger, and then more blue, more blue, more blue. Yeah. Oops, let's see. I can't. Oops, come on. There we go. Oops, nope. There we go. Oh, whew, my eyeballs. That's a rich way to say it's political stand. Right. Right, I look like Trump.
But when the trained butterflies were placed into the tube, around 70% avoided the arm with lavender, which is statistically significant. And with this, Joe was the first
and bed rot. I actually got a new camera showing up tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. This is a really this can't focus well. It focuses pretty good, but it's like really zoomed in. Like I'm 3 feet or so from the camera, and it should show more, but it's really tight focus. I want it to be able to look like this. Around. But anyway, we'll see.
The world to show that the memories of swallowtail butterflies could persist through metamorphosis, and he now had experimental evidence that his butterflies could in fact remember him.
やっぱり僕のことを覚えてくれていたっていうのはすごく嬉しかった。
I was really happy they remembered me, and although they are small and their brains are small, they're still able to remember me. And I'm really glad they didn't forget that when they became adults. I'm glad they didn't forget that when they became adults.
Now, most people, even most researchers, would have stopped here. In fact, that's where Martha stopped. But we haven't even gotten to the most critical part.
And remember, she was getting paid for it. He wasn't.
Was shock
he was just doing it out of the search for knowledge.
In the weeks that followed, Joe repeated the experiment again and again, watching carefully to make sure that the result was consistent, and it very much was. But one day, as Joe was spending time together with his family, he noticed that him, his mother, and his grandmother all had hay fever. And soon, a question began to surface in his mind.
僕のお母さんは片頭痛持ちで、僕も片頭痛持ちなんですけど、その辺脳外科。
So he wanted to know if the memories of scents and people's scents are passed down generation to generation. So he took his smell and the smell of lavender, and then when the baby caterpillars could smell him, he did something to like shock them and do other things to make them remember it, and then to see if they would remember this smell towards something good or bad. And then now this is going to be a few generations later to see if their kids, without the next generation, when those butterflies had babies, laid eggs, they want to see if those baby caterpillars, when they turn into butterflies, do they remember that scent that they never even smelled but their parents did. What's up, Sumnan? The Chinese are going to take over us all. Yeah, smart and searching for information at a very young age and questioning the science that they read. I'm on it, brother. I'm on it, Chain.
行った時に脳外科の先生が親が片頭痛だとこの片頭痛になりやすいって言ってて、確かに おばあちゃんも片頭痛持ちだったので、それが アゲハの場合では記憶で遺伝するのかどうかを確かめたいと思ったので実験しました。
Yeah, it doesn't say.
So
Okay.
he decided to try and
I
test
farted
this.
on a butterfly
And
once
so
and
with the
it
summer of the
died.
following year, Joe began raising
Xi
a new
Jinping,
generation
Ping.
of caterpillars. These were the offspring to the group that he had already trained. While other kids were playing outside, Joe was busy replacing leaves and taking care of his new caterpillars. Unlike the previous generation, these new caterpillars didn't need to go through any training. And he mentioned that he felt like he was a little parent to the caterpillars again. By late summer, the caterpillars finally emerged as butterflies and they were placed into the same Y maze. They were now faced with the same decision as the generation before them had months ago, but this time they had no training.
Kim
And yet, as they
Jong-un.
went through the maze, most of them chose to avoid the lavender. But more than that, it was in almost the exact same ratio as the first generation. This suggests that learning
That's
doesn't
crazy
just
good.
alter
Crazy
behavior,
good.
but it may fundamentally alter the biology of the butterflies in a way that may be carried into future generations. Now, this is pretty amazing, right? But we aren't done just yet, because when Joe saw this, he thought to himself that if memories could be inherited to the next generation, how far does this really go? And so, he decided to breed his butterflies one more time. And again,
Those of
the
those.
results seemed to support what he had already seen. with
What's
the
up,
majority of
everybody?
butterflies avoiding the site with lavender pad, even in the grandchild generation. He later also finds that this behavior seems to be more prevalent in the male offspring compared to the females. But perhaps the most impressive thing out of all this is Joe's ability to show restraint. He notes that the sex-linked behaviors from the third generation dataset is still small, as it was never something he intended to test initially. So as exciting as it is, he plans to do more trials and more rigorous testing before
Yeah,
any
brother.
strong conclusions.
Yeah, it translates for you.
By the end of the summer break, Joe
The way
finished
your thing
collating all his
translates for
data
yourself. Yeah,
across
I
his
agree.
experiments.
I agree.
And with this, he had gathered a strong body of evidence to show that memory and learning may in fact persist beyond a single generation.
やっぱりその記憶が遺伝する
I thought it was amazing that memories can be inherited because they're so small. And I thought the caterpillars are so cute when they're young. And they're so cute even when they become adults. So I found out that these memories can be inherited. I fell in love with them even more. There you go.
Whether the sex-linked effect ultimately holds across larger datasets is something Joe is still trying to figure out. But what he had achieved is already remarkable. And as news of his work spread, something unusual began to happen. At science fairs and conferences, people began lining up to speak with him.
I always
Researchers
try
who
to
had
sit
spent
still enough for them to
decades in the
land on
field
me.
were suddenly listening carefully as a 10-year-old
What up,
explained
Tugar?
transgenerational memory in butterflies. He was even invited to present his work privately to the Crown Prince of Japan.
Oh, Japan. There you go.
And eventually, in December 2024, he finally met Martha Weiss, the scientist whose paper had started all of this. 2 years earlier, the 4-page letter he mailed across the world had not only earned him a mentor, it had set him on a path that would come to shape the researcher he is today. Joe's research on butterflies suggests that our experiences may leave deeper biological traces than we'd once assumed. That learning may not just shape behavior in our own lifetimes, but potentially influence physiology in ways we're only beginning to understand. To truly figure out how far this really goes, it will require more rigorous testing, replication across different species, but perhaps most importantly, the courage to ask questions no one has asked before. Because in Joe's world, there are no stupid questions. There's no hesitation to ask something, even if it may turn out to be wrong.
That's right.
And
Ever looked at the intelligence of fun? Yes. Another thing done in Japan was how slime mold found how to most efficiently get through the train tracks or the train tunnels of Tokyo. What up, TW? We'll look at that next.
But emotional. There was something about Joe's work and his approach that made me feel something I haven't felt in a long time.
Hope?
Because this whole thing wasn't born out of ambition or the pursuit of a scientific breakthrough. It was simply a 10-year-old trying to figure out whether his butterflies could actually
Yeah, that's
remember
pretty
him.
cool. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can find. All right, let's see if we can find a little bit longer one here. I hope this we switch from plastics to fungus products. Brother, listen, there's a huge link coming up between plastics in our body and possibly plastics that our body makes after converting things like margarine, which is only one molecule off from plastic. And memory issues, dementia, Alzheimer's, stuff like that. Can we watch some dog farting videos? Why not? We can watch anything.
Organism
Yeah.
single-handedly designed the Tokyo metro system. Well, this actually happened when a group of Japanese researchers at Hokkaido University put a slime mold on a map of Tokyo. Sounds really strange, I know, but the scientists were actually onto something, and they were astounded by the results.
In Japan, we've been telling about the unprecedented
slime mold.
To Japan. But it was only a possibility.
So there, I'm guessing he's probably going to say it, but they were studying networking. I ate a stick of butter and forgot the second grade. You ate a stick of margarine and forgot the second grade.
Tokyo. Everything in Japan just seems to work. They have the fastest trains in the world, the best food. They have those cool pink trees in the spring, and they're really cool.
Cherry blossoms.
Anyway, let's talk about Tokyo.
Lots of people think that cheap butter like Country Crock or Imperial are real. Definitely not real. A couple of people I thought said it's 70% oil. Yeah, brother, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. What's up, lemons? So just see and imagine grabbing people without thinking. Right, because listen, 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when fats were told, animal fats were told to be bad because science did something wrong and said that animal fats were bad for us. They did their experiments wrong and they were incorrect. So then they said, well, instead of using animal fats, let's use vegetable oils. So then they started messing with vegetable oils, which were liquid at room temperature, to try to make it solid at room temperature to take place of lard and tallow and butter. And then the government was like, yeah, it's the greatest thing ever. It's way better than animal fats. Don't eat animal fats are causing cancer. And they were wrong. They were completely wrong. And now they're having to reverse all that stuff. Dude, I don't get the obsession with butter. Some of y'all are disgusting. It's good shit. What are you talking about? I trust animal fat over plant fat. You better trust it. Yeah, it is really smart. And so our body can convert animal fats into lots of parts. Listen, our brain. Let me show you guys something real quick. I saw this today and I saved it. It's odd that we brought this up. Right. Why aren't all of us taught to be smart? We're not taught how to learn. We're told what to learn. And that's a very big problem. It's not until we get older do we realize it. And then, especially the younger kids now. When I was in high school, we still had a lot of manufacturing in America. So we did things like we taught how to learn. We were taught wood shop, metal shop, independent studies, industrial design, because there was a lot of business manufacturing. No, you can't teach smartness. No. But you can teach people how to problem solve, not just tell them how to problem solve. You can teach them how to break down a problem and then how to solve a problem. That's not taught anymore. The kids today are taught this is the problem and this is how we're going to solve it, not how should we solve it and what are the results of trying each thing. Okay, let's see. Let's do this real quick. Oops.
You didn't know that you didn't know, part 9. 75% of the mass of the human brain is made up of a substance called myelin. And myelin is made up 100% by cholesterol.
Is being stupid a lack of knowledge or a lack of logic? So being stupid is a lack of knowledge, incorrect knowledge. So people can be taught bullshit, and then that makes them stupid because lack of the truth, logic in finding truth and learning how logic works. Most people don't understand that science can't prove history. They have a real problem with that. So like they're not taught that science must be repeatable. They don't know the difference between a theory and a fact, or a theory, a hypothesis, and a law. Most people don't know. They think theory means it happened. And so people are taught what to learn. They're not taught to find truths.
The unrelated subject, Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative brain disease which destroys brain cells. Now, Alzheimer's never existed until 1979, and yet now it is one of the leading causes of death in Western societies. On a separate and completely unrelated subject, margarine was first invented in 1869 because Napoleon wanted a cheaper and longer-lasting fat for his armies to travel with.
Fact.
It didn't gain popularity until the Second World War, when butter and other animal fats were scarce. Grew in popularity in the 50s, but by the 70s, the animal fats in it had been replaced with vegetable oils. Because obviously animal fats contain saturated fat and a lot of cholesterol. So they wanted to offer a lower cholesterol.
What's up, Jeremy?
I'll leave it there. On a separate and completely unrelated subject, margarine is one molecule away from being plastic.
Yes.
Now, as any chemist will tell you, one molecule can make a huge difference to the finished compound. Take ethanol and methanol, for example. One molecule difference, but very, very, very different results when ingested into the human body. Right? So I'll leave it there.
Right. So interestingly enough, the things that are killing most of us today are new. I've been telling people for years cholesterol is a joke. We lied to so many levels. Right. Most people don't realize how important vitamin D and sunlight are. And vitamin D is created in the skin when UV light cleaves the B ring of cholesterol. Sunlight, UV light hits cholesterol in the skin and converts it into vitamin D, a corticosteroid, vitamin D3. So when we're told to fear the sun, when we're told to smear sunscreen and to wear girls to wear makeup with sunscreen built into it, that's going to lower the rate at which cholesterol is converted into D3. So then blood cholesterol levels rise. But that's not the problem. The problem is the vitamin D levels drop. Sunlight, do not take, right. Yes, very toxic. You shouldn't be putting anything on your skin that you don't want in your body. Nothing. Your skin is the largest organ on your body. You should not be putting anything on your skin that you wouldn't inject.
Capital of Japan, the largest city in the world with over 40 million inhabitants. It has some of the best urban planning in the world. And some would say
benzene's not very good for you, brother.
Is the epitome of all this. It transports.
Do you know that there was it benzene? No, bromelain. No, bromelain? Bromine. There was bromine in Mountain Dew. What's up? Get your sister called? Good. There was, in Mountain Dew, they wanted to reduce the amount of citrus flavor that they put in each can, bottle, serving. So they found out that benzene had a citrusly like flavor, but benzene was illegal. It's a well-known carcinogen. There's no good level of benzene in the body. So they mixed it with vegetable oil and they called it brominated vegetable oil, BVO. And then they were allowed to use it in Mountain Dew. Bromine's cheap. You can get it from seawater, converting electrolysis in seawater, so it's a byproduct. You mix it with basically free vegetable oil, and then you add it to their drinks. And that was not very long ago. BVO in Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew no longer contains brominated vegetable oil. PepsiCo completely phased out the ingredient of Mountain Dew and all other beverages several years ago. The removal and legal status of the additive include the following details. Why was it used? It was historically used in citrus-flavored soda as an emulsifier to prevent the flavoring from separating and floating to the top. BVO contains bromine, which can build up in the body and has been linked to neurological symptoms like headaches, fatigue, memory loss, and cancers. It was banned in 2024. I forgot it was a holiday. She has off today, so staying with Sir. There you go. Funny how it was referred to in Seinfeld. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She says if she ever gets mauled by a bear and there's nothing for her to do to live, hold on. She says if she gets mauled by a bear and there was nothing for her to do live, she pet it before she went. Says they would look very dog. Says they look very dog, but would never be dumb enough to approach one. They look like a dog, but never done it. Mountain Dew should be still as paint remover, brother. Just like the bison, don't let the fluffy cows. But I guess if one charges at me and knocks me out, I might as well get a pet while getting away. I don't know much about ester gum, not dog. Very soft. There you go.
Passengers every year with 100 different train lines, and it was designed by Slimold. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm not lying. Slimold, this thing, actually designed the highly complex spatial problem that is the Tokyo metro system by figuring out the most efficient routes between urban hubs in Tokyo. Okay, I should say that this happened after the metro system was designed, so that it's more like the Slimold replicated it, but don't click away yet, because this is actually even more impressive.
Cowboy better come on soon. He responded to me on Discord. Look up the amount of microplastics in one can of Coke.
Civil engineering in collaboration.
Microplastics in one can of Coke. Single aluminum can of Coke contains millions of particles and nanoplastic particles. The contamination primarily originates from the thin epoxy-based liner required on the inside aluminum cans. So the phosphoric acid is used in soda, Coca-Cola, and other sodas for this reason. The amount of sugar that's in a standard Coke and Pepsi is so high that if you just had 12 ounces of water and you put that much sugar in there and you tried to drink it, it would make you retch. Your body would try to puke it up. But if you add a little bit of phosphoric acid to it, it keeps it so the stomach allows it to stay in. So, but that amount of phosphoric acid eats aluminum. So then they take the aluminum can, they spray it with plastic on the inside. So that the acid can't eat the aluminum. Yep. Yeah, I already know about the my father used to work at a canning company as a kid, and he's the one that told me about this originally. I want to ask him how proud he is to state dumbass windmills. If it states dumbass windmills, it's a source of Instagram. What the hell are we doing? All right, let's look at it. It's got three other. Oops, I just closed it. Microplastics in Coca-Cola. Okay. All right, let's see. All right. Science Direct. The cleaning agent worked at Firestone for years. We used to use Coke. The prevalence and characteristics of microplastic contaminations in soft drinks and potential consumer exposure. All 9 Thai soft drinks, 2 to 3 items per liter, 10 to 100 micrometer range. Mostly fragments were predominant in soft drinks. So this is Thai soda pops, non-alcoholic beverages. Globally, the soft drink industry is substantial, with consumption reaching 200 billion liters annually. There you go. Prevalence of microplastics in commercially sold soft drinks, a human risk assessment. 80% soft drink samples indicated a high level of contamination of microplastics. Oh, you can't see it, but yeah. Yeah, this is PubMed right here. We use Coke all the time to clean batteries. Yeah, brother. Well, we can deep dive chain, brother. Actually, more plastics in pop than plastic. American FDA, literally. Okay, so here's the thing. When you create a pop bottle, you're taking an injected molded little, looks like a test tube with the threads on top. The machine then screws onto that little test tube and moves that bottom of the test tube into a heated chamber shaped like the mold that's shaped like the bottle that you want. Then it heats it up real quick, and then air is blown in from the top, so it thermoforms. When that stretching happens, it causes hundreds of millions of little plastic molecules to break away with the stretching, and the cooling happens. And that's where it gets in. That's where it leaches into the actual soda itself. As that warm bottle leaves the mold, it leaves and it goes directly into filling. So the hot plastic is cooled with the soda or water in the bottle. That shock will release a lot of very small plastic.
With community dwellings and urban planning. Decades.
Yes,
This
yummy.
In contrast, did it in just a couple
What
of
up,
days.
monk
So
brother?
how did it do it? Well, a group of scientists led by Atsushi Tero poured out some oats on a table, but not just in any old configuration. They put the oats so they represented hotspots around Tokyo. Now, slime molds, as Merlin Sheldrake points out in his awesome mushroom book called Entangled Life, can make decisions by comparing a range of possible courses of action and can find the shortest path between 2 points in a labyrinth. And
Monk. The average human in America has a plastic spoon's worth of plastics in our brain. Monk, that space guy. I haven't seen him at all today. He did leave a comment on one of my videos today.
Thus, it inadvertently replicated the Tokyo metro system. Here's the comparison. It's not exactly 1-to-1, but it's pretty darn close. The study was all about finding better network design using biological principles. The slime mold certainly did that, even though it's a single-celled organism and it's brainless. No offense. It's been well researched by now, and countless times slime mold has solved complex spatial problems like
I'll go
labyrinths.
stalk
A
Richard
notable
Streams
example is
myself.
when a guy mapped out his local IKEA store to see how
Moldy,
the
that's what it's
slime
saying.
mold would escape. Sure enough, it found the fastest possible route out of IKEA. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of how nature
Stalking your toilet.
human design. More complex organisms and animals have also been used to inspire modern engineering.
Mimicry.
There's a whole field of study out there called biomimicry, which is when we humans look at the systems and models of nature to solve our own problems. As it happens, the tip of the Shinkansen, the so-called Japanese bullet train, employed this method of design and was modeled after the kingfisher bird.
Wow.
Hope you enjoyed the video. Please give it a like so I can continue.
Bam. Interesting stuff. Happy Memorial Day. Fred Sanford said, "You big dummy." Happy Memorial Day. Oh, it added a product. There you go.
Happy Memorial Day.
Bam. Bam, buddy. Time for a cold beer on Memorial Day. Cheers, brother. Cheers. Let's see what we got here. Oh, man, that looks rough. reply. Boom, boom. Be skinny. Whoa. One day closer to the rapture. Jesus Skinny. What up, Brad?
Experimental phase again. And this time, the test subject is our waist. Many influencers are trying to achieve the so-called angled waist, which have like cartoon-level proportions.
Oh, goodness,
let's go to the
freaking
gym and start
gracious.
eating clean, you know, like a regular person. No, how about we take it a step further and do these waist-bending
Oh, my
surgeries or these
goodness.
waist reduction procedures to break our ribs and
Oh.
slim down our waist. This is what I call body goals. Who needs ribs anyways? Am I right?
How are you,
This is the way
Amber?
of my Douyin celebrity
Happy
career.
Memorial
I stumbled
Day.
across all of this, and I generally thought it was satire at first, like something people just commit a bit too hard to, but you know, don't actually go this far.
Oh,
but no, this is real.
jeez.
People
Did you
are
know they
spending
removed some of
thousands
their rib
dollars
bones?
and risking their organs.
I think
just
that's
to
what
look
he's
like
talking
people.
about here.
Now, let's start
What's
at the
up,
beginning,
Brad?
Because first of all, this is about losing weight, right? Now, don't stress. There's a quick and easy method
Oh,
you can do
man.
first. Just wrap your mouth in plastic wrap, chew your food, and spit it out. Because apparently, chewing tricks your brain into thinking that you've already eaten, and you don't need to spare any extra
That's
calories.
freaking
so
nuts.
you're not eating, you're not swallowing, and you're just pretty much rehearsing eating. This is what I call science-based eating. Also, can we talk about the plastic wrap part? Because not only is this useless, but I mean, you're chewing it directly into your mouth. I mean, maybe the logic is that the chemicals in the plastic might make you lose weight faster as well. And it gets weirder because
Brother, listen, it's skinny people, it's influencers. It's influencers. These people don't care about losing weight. They care about showing a product. And yeah, Hunger Games.
You ever hated your belly button? I'm sure most of you haven't, but for those who do, you can get fake belly buttons on Chinese online stores. They slap a fake belly button, like a temporary tattoo, like a couple centimeters above the real one, and then they just pull their pants higher to cover the original. Why? Because DIYing your body proportions can make your torso
Yeah,
look
this is influencers shit. Eat regular food in a lower manner. Right, that's about it. I'd rather be fat than getting rid of my ribs. I agree.
smaller and your legs look longer because the placement of your belly button is now higher. What a deal. Leg extension.
Fruits,
This is honestly
vegetables,
pretty
meat from the
clever,
market,
but at
add
the
a few
same time,
sauces
it's
if you
bringing
must
body
be good.
dysmorphia
Right,
to a
right.
whole nother level.
Stop buying fast food. Stop using freaking Instacart and DoorDash and shit. They're just giving you crap 90% of the time. Yeah, people have to learn to cook. When I went to school, they taught us how to cook. Like we had what's called home economics. We were taught how to budget in a home, how to make sure money goes this way and that way, how to save money, how to get rid of the ribs to perform. Oh, jeez, dude. Freaking money.
I mean, you can even get custom designed belly buttons as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone out there you know might have an interchangeable belly button collection, like it's a wardrobe. Now, taking a look at the angled waist aesthetic, or what in essence called the ant waist. The aesthetic is basically about having an extreme narrow waist and wide hips, so that your body looks like this.
China is just using these girls to sell more stuff. For no reason. There's no positive benefit. There's no positive benefit to doing this shit except for looks on the internet. I say, hey, look at these products that supplement your life, that actually help you think better, sleep better, eat better, poop better, pee better, be better.
Waist, because your waist should be so tiny that it resembles the middle section of an ant. We're not even comparing ourselves to humans anymore. It's like yin and yang, the cute, innocent Chinese influencer face, accompanied by the hourglass body. On Douyin, there are many of these waist trainers being promoted to sculpt your waist and compress it in a way to manipulate
Where do your intestines go? Where does your liver go? Where does your stomach go? Where do your kidneys go?
These waist compressors promise to actively shrink your
Look
waist
at these girls.
but
She's
they also
already
apply
freaking
constant
small.
pressure to your ribs and internal organs. And over time, that can bend your ribs inwards, and you'll feel it in your organs. Fun. I mean, doesn't this look like a scene straight out of a horror movie?
Yes.
这件术是因为它真的能做到调整臀型，又可以强压不停让它
To fix your mommy hips.
可以啊，
Yeah, who
因为
needs
我都
them?
已经穿了半个多月了，我现在都已经新换了一个尺码，
这款塑身衣呢是怀美专门为上半身做项目姐妹去打造的一个塑身衣。看前面呢，它有2根斜向鱼骨呢固定住我整个臀部。
To fix the abdomen, to fix it, like there's something wrong with it.
36厘米的这种加长鱼骨呢，把我整个腰
To create more fixation.
的同时呢，而且支撑力非常好。
Those who gossip about me behind my back can admire my 52-centimeter waist. That looks very comfortable. It's been over 8 months since I had the waist lift, and my waist circumference has decreased from 69 centimeters to 52 centimeters. It's inherently difficult to change a small H-shaped waist, and with the waist lift and wearing a corset, my clothes look much better now. They don't have that straight, unnatural look anymore. Just prioritize your health and happiness.
今天是我腰腹的20天，然后我拆一下塑身衣给姐妹们看一下我的身材。这个是很 nice 的腰线，我这个腰线之前是72、53。
What happens to your poop? What happens to your poop?
懂得都懂。
This is essentially a way that doesn't invade your body like surgery. We'll get into that. This kind of just makes the process much slower and still extremely uncomfortable.
Absolutely
and this really started
painful.
getting major attention a couple months back.
Right.
Because a woman
That's what
from
it is.
Nanjing named Miss Chen spent over 100,000 yuan on waist shaping surgery. And the goal of this surgery was to literally bend your waist inward a bit more, or I mean a lot more, to get that exaggerated curve. This was marketed with pretty convincing
Yes, absolutely foreign. They think bending their bones is exercise. That's fixing the problem I have of looking human.
Before and after photos, and even influencers hyping it up like it didn't look dangerous. In her case, it was advertised by the Nanjing International Hospital, affiliated with the Nanjing University.
Right, so who do you think is paying these influencers?
Medicine.
These
Now,
hospitals?
that name already sounds super official, right? We'll get into that later. The ad claimed that it was a top-tier public hospital and that the waist-shaping surgery was incision-free. Don't worry, baby. We are backed by national policies. And Ms. Chen believed this, so she paid all that money for the
Chinese national policies.
procedure, and the surgery started at 2 p.m. It sounds normal, right? Okay. But it ended at 1 a.m. That's an 11-hour procedure that is supposed to be incision-free. So Ms. Chen wakes up and immediately things feel off. She notices that her compression garment and bedding are stained in blood. And the hospital records later show that this wasn't just one simple procedure. They basically did a full customization package on her body without even telling her. A liposuction, a facelift, cosmetic injections, Botox, all without consent.
我洗的时候都已经半夜1点多了，手一摸我的这个塑身衣都是血水。然后我掀开被子，就是被子上整个就全部都是血水。
And these were all high-risk surgeries as well. So it took her about a whole month to recover. I mean, this is insane. It's literally like a situation from a horror movie. So she decides to look deeper into this hospital, and it turns out the so-called Nanjing International Hospital wasn't even on the official approved registry of hospitals. This is a crazy analogy, but it's like you booked a 5-star hotel and ended up with someone's Airbnb.
How do you not check? What's up, Andy? So many influencers are secretly being paid by someone. Do you know Polymarket? I know what Polymarket is. Yeah, whenever an influencer randomly mentions Polymarket percentages, you know they're accepting evil money. Yeah, you're not hearing me talking about it. And listen. If you want short-term money on the internet, you only need about 2,000 subscribers and you can get short-term money, but you're going to destroy your reputation and you're going to be gone. But nobody cares. I care. A lot of people don't care and they just want to do it. I mean, it's immaturity, I believe.
你这个工作服跟前台都一样吗？你们是统一的？他这个的都是助理，我们是公立综合性的医院。对，您是我们的名字来。
She says you can see our name, Nanjing International Hospital of Nanjing University School of Medicine.
She files complaints with the local health commission, accusing the hospital of false advertising and non-compliant medical practices, and so far we haven't heard anything back yet. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna budge that easily. And she warned people about the manipulation tactics that these unofficial hospitals use. First, they gas you up, compliment your looks, and make you feel confident, and slowly ease into the, idea of needing improvements. Maybe your skin can be a bit smoother. Your waist is nice, but imagine if it was a little bit slimmer, like slimmer than your head. Then you get offered membership plans and discount packages to make you pay up front, and they lock your deposit. And ever since that incident, we've somehow evolved to a new variant of waist reduction: rib retraction. This involves removing your ribs, specifically the 11th and the 12th rib, because apparently those are the least useful ones. So they break it, take it out, and now your liver and your spleen have no defense system. Even reading about this is like making my stomach hurt.
Yeah, dude.
And you can see that some of these accounts on Xiaohongshu that are affiliated with these non-official clinics are constantly just feeding off of your insecurities. And there are actually some people who are interested in doing this through unofficial ways because, it's cheaper. Take a look at the comments section.
Right.
You're going to be seeing people asking how much, which city, are there any side effects? But I'm glad that some netizens know what's up.
质感怎么样？还满意吗？讨论你事情的那个想法没有
Yes。
第一天疼痛这边怎么样吗？
不疼。
痛吗？
不疼，酸。
好的。
大约3个小时后，你觉得最
I'm telling you, they don't see you as humans. They don't. The people, the evil people in these industries do not see you as human. They see the way you act online, or people that they think you look like act online, and they see that you don't have any interest in yourself, so they've got no interest in you either. They say, how much money can I get out of you? And that's it. That's it. Same thing here. It's absolutely the same thing. They say, well, you smoked cigarettes his whole life, he drinks, he doesn't care. Let's see if we can just freaking convince him to do this or her to do that, because they see you treating yourselves like crap anyway. So they don't care at all. If you die, you just die a little bit sooner than you were killing yourself anyway.
疼吗？胀，特别胀，胀的有点那种像我去爬了山之后那种感觉。术后腰腹真的小好多，就是有点酸胀感。你带着我出去走了走，腰腹的酸胀感有点不太适应，但能接受。
I finally have a slender waist. It wasn't so
some
scary.
People have that natural shape, genetics, and diet, of course. But how about we mass produce this? There's this really popular influencer in Taiwan, and her name is Xiao A La, and she went viral for undergoing a surgery where she removed 2 pairs of ribs. Now, this wasn't even her first procedure. She had already gone viral before for undergoing gender confirmation surgery back in 2020. She had things like rhinoplasty, male to female gender transition surgery, BBL, all adding up to over 100K. This is starting to sound like a shopping list. And this rib removal procedure was $10,000. And even her herself later on was like, I might be addicted to plastic surgery. So, she's self-aware.
Right, and when the likes and the views start to dip off, the money that you made off of that, you're going to give to these people. Then you're going to go viral again, and then the likes and the views will drop off, and you're going to pay for another surgery. The people making money off this stuff are the people that you're using to go viral. It's not the influencers, it's the surrounding support businesses. It's the doctors, it's the lawyers, it's the plastic surgeons, it's the lip injectors, the BBL techs, the freaking hair implant folks, the teeth what do they call them? Veneer techs. Because you're going to have to keep going back. You're going to be a forever patient. And they know this. This has been known since the early Hollywood.
手术就不会再动手术了，没有跟你们讲，我没有要放过我自己，我只要有关于变美的事情，我都会一直持续的去做。
Your body, your choice. But after her surgery, she wanted to turn her removed ribs into a necklace.
What's up, Funk?
They originally wanted to make them into specimens, but they couldn't find a suitable manufacturer willing to take them on. What the fuck does that even mean? If even businesses are refusing, you know you've gone too far. So instead, she put the ribs into her freezer. Now, despite being happy with her tiny waist, she couldn't move or dance for months after the surgery. There's always a cost, and at the end of the day, this is not worth sacrificing your entire body for. If you really want to get in shape, just hit the gym or get your diet right. If worse comes to worse, just slap on a filter.
It's not blatantly obvious at all.
Unfreaking believable. Yeah, unbelievable. And I think filters is the problem. I think people put those filters on and they take pictures of themselves and they body tune and face tune themselves. And that's who the internet thinks that they really look like. Even though everybody else, like 90% of girls on the internet are age 13 to 24 are using these filters. So then if they make money off of because of their personality and they think it's because of the filters, they're going to take that money that they made and make that happen as a reality. And then when you're no longer novel, when you're no longer the new thing on the internet or on OnlyFans, you got to do something more extreme. If I was going to get rid of my ribs, at least sell them on the black market. Yeah, but who wants ribs, right? Who wants ribs? You know, nobody wants a straighter waist to add 2 more ribs, you know? Go outside and observe the people. None of them look like the people you see online. Right. And nobody has the same politics as you hear online either. Like the hatred that you see for like liberals and liberals towards conservatives, the liberals that live in my neighborhood don't act that way. In my state, don't act that way. And if people need help, they just ask you for help, and they don't say, "Hey, first of all, are you a Trump supporter? Are you a Kamala supporter?" Like it's that hate is bot NPC bullcrap. Yeah, you can sell it to some cannibals, some fine young cannibals. What's up, Cheryl? Phone. Yeah, that's so crazy. Jeez. All right, one more. Kamala's cool.
What is going on here? That is a lot.
Jeez, just saying, there's some sick people out there who will pay. Yeah, I agree.
A filler. In the cheeks and the lips. But look at that chin. It's like a witch's chin deformity. We usually try to get rid of it. This is micronychia, and this is basically a really small nail, and this is very common actually in the pinky toenail. But here you can see
those are
on the
toes.
fingernails, and this is usually due to a very small nail bed, or it could be a small
if I was going to screw up my body, I wouldn't want a giant hospital bill. I'd want to sell it.
And look what they're trying to do, and really hiding that. Dang, that looks good. Nice job.
Oh, it was a hand. Getting lip filler dissolved.
People get filler in there.
Oh.
Ooh. She's really swollen. She definitely needs to go to the hospital. Oh, wow. Oh, that poor girl.
Oh.
So why did this happen to her? Well, obviously this is an
I'm just
allergic reaction.
saying, Richards wouldn't ever touch my ribs. I'm just saying, Richard wouldn't ever touch my ribs, but if someone takes them, I'm tracking them down. Oh, gotcha. I'm just saying, Richard, I would never. Gotcha. Yeah, she didn't listen twice. It happens.
And now, in general,
I wouldn't
most
touch them.
of
I
those
got
that we
you.
use
I
are
got you.
hyaluronic acid based, and this is a naturally occurring moisturizer of our skin. And the good news with those types of HA fillers is that if you're unhappy with it, we can actually inject an enzyme that can melt it away called hyaluronidase, and it'll melt it away some of it within literally seconds. Others of it can take a little bit longer to dissolve. In this situation, she developed an allergic reaction, possibly to the hyaluronidase or possibly to something topical that was put on her lips to numb them up potentially before the injection. The treatment is to undergo steroid treatments in an emergency room.
Rib touching
to really
you.
Take that swelling down.
You might be thinking, what's that on her face? That's my eczema. And I too suffer from perioral dermatitis. When I was 19, I started developing the rash, and I learned about a lot of medicated products. I learned a lot about just products in general from my dermatologist at the time. And the rash is screaming, but that's okay, because I'm going to cover it. I'm using this medicated.
Yeah, you can't keep doing that. There's I can't possibly do that much to do in Indiana besides talking to me.
Toner.
What do you mean? There's Indianapolis 500.
It's French.
It's French.
I'm gonna put a little bit in my hands.
Shave your
This
stash.
serum, cream serum, and all of this.
Yeah, you
does
can't be
go
doing
with
that.
The medicine.
This is the problem. This is the loop. You start using makeup. Your skin breaks out. Now you must keep using makeup to cover up your breakouts and the rashes and the uncomfort. Your skin, don't put anything on your skin that you wouldn't inject in your body. And you could call me and show me a field view. Yeah. Well, you know, he kind of thought you ditched him for a couple of days. You know, maybe he's just getting you back.
Penetrates first. This I can't live without. This Taint Idole concealer.
Yeah, that's horrible.
You see how easy that was? I don't need to get rid of all the redness. I wouldn't know how to even try.
Well, even glamorous Hollywood celebrities like Amanda Seyfried get perioral dermatitis. Now, she said at the end she wouldn't know how to get rid of the redness. There are actual ways to do that, and I'll tell you, I actually had an issue with perioral dermatitis, very much like hers, for a couple of years. Erroneously, some people believe that if you put a steroid cream over this dermatitis, like you do over, let's say, other types of dermatitises, which is essentially kind of like an allergic reaction that your skin gets, then
Right.
you can take that down. The problem with perioral dermatitis is, yes, if you apply a steroid cream, it might improve it temporarily, but when you stop it, that can actually come.
Bring it back. Nah, I told him Discord, he knows I was busy and coming back. I feel like makeup is it is a mask. It is a mask. And people act differently before and after applying makeup. People absolutely act differently. They feel like that you're not seeing the real them, so they can get away with worse behavior. I've absolutely seen it hundreds of times. Makeup should feel like an art form, not a fix. You need the right mindset. You're going to use it responsibly. I don't think there's such thing. Because it always there's nothing, unless you're making your makeup yourself, which 99.99999% of people don't do. You're putting wackadoodle shit that's going to cause your skin to dry out. It's going to cause your skin to react in some way, shape, or form. Even almost all lip balms have ingredients to dry your lips out. So it feels moisturizing, but then it's drying your lips out, so you have to reuse it. They don't want you to just buy it once. They want you to buy it again and again and again and again and again. Check out Carl Vernon. You were right.
Back, and it can come back worse than what you had. So the treatment is not actually steroid.
Carl Vernon. What am I looking up? About makeup? I'm very careful with my favorite wash and moisturizer, which are rare occasion. I put something on my face for a birthday or something. Right. That's different. People that listen. When I was a kid, the only time you saw makeup on girls was like prom night and stuff like that, or they would put makeup on to get glamour shots, like once or twice a year. But now it's like, no, you can't leave the house without a face full of makeup. Like that's completely been programmed into girls these days.
There's a trend going viral in China at the moment, and it's one of those ones that make you...
Look up sun cream. Oh, you were right. Okay.
Get your theory bingo cards at the ready. You probably already shouted bingo. Bingo!
I don't agree on this. It only applies if the makeup contains comedogenic ingredients. If it doesn't, then it won't cause any breakouts, okay? Right. How many of the popular cosmetics that influencers and stuff are pushing don't? You know, the problem is people don't know. People do not know this. They're not taught this in the beginning of life. They're taught in schools. People push makeup because a lot of elementary, junior high, and high schools are seeding grounds for future purchasers, for future customers. I'm saying when it's viewed as an art form is something, right? If the makeup isn't removed properly, it clogs the pores. I agree. Special occasions. What up, Mr. George? I said look up meows. Hold on.
You probably shouted that a while ago, to be fair, because they all came true, didn't they? Dot, yeah, dot, yeah, dot. But there may be one more. There may be one more on your card, guys. You're just waiting, just like that, to shout, bingo! And it turns out, another one.
Most Australians, sunscreen is a way of life, but there are now serious concerns the products designed to protect us could be putting our health at risk.
These could potentially be harmful to the human being.
There are Goods Administration accused of concealing information about 2 chemicals known to be hormone disruptors. One of them, homosalate. Its concentrations restricted in many countries. The European Union recently capping its use to 7%. Here in Australia, it's allowed at more than double that rate, up to 15%.
It could lead to loss of fertility. It could
loss of fertility.
And imbalance.
Another chemical under scrutiny, methylbenzylidene camphor, or 4-MBC. Banned in Denmark for 25 years, it's also not approved in the US or China. From July, the UK will follow suit. But here in Australia, it's found in more than 100 sunscreens, including Banana Boat Kids Roll-On, Kids Spray and Baby Roll-On products. The TGA is reviewing 4-MBC but is yet to make a recommendation.
Most of the chemical sunscreens are not recommended for kids.
Joseph Mizukovsky has skin in the game. He's a zinc sunscreen producer and filed these Freedom of Information requests. In 2024, an internal email from a staff member. Could we also prioritise the safety review of 4-MBC? Another document citing the chemical does not appear to be safe due to endocrine disrupting potential.
Is it getting boring at this stage, guys? I don't know. I still find it a little bit entertaining, you know. But those people, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This stuff's here to protect us all. It's here to help. Yeah, I don't get bored of stuff like that, and just I keep, you know, look.
Having a high level of vitamin D in your body is the best sunscreen. The sunburns happen typically when you're deficient in vitamin D3. If you get bad sunburns, vitamin D3, topical vitamin D3 can help. If you get chemical burns, intravenous, oral and topical D3 can help the skin heal much faster. It's absolutely dependent upon the levels of D3 in your system. But zinc is going to be the best. And zinc sunscreens are going to be the least toxic for you, especially if you're going to spend a lot of time in the sun. But the problem is, what else are they putting in there besides zinc oxide? And that's the thing. They'll add this other wackadoo shit for fragrances and everything, and you're putting it on your entire body. Yeah, zinc. You went to Florida? Hello. Nashville. There you go. Did you have fun? I drove through your entire boring ass state. But more fun if I was over 21. But I didn't.
Needing to be right is less important than peace of mind, in my opinion. And I'm like, just let the morons get on with it. But with stuff like this, there you go, guys. Another one for you. Yeah, that sunscreen might not be as great for you as you are certainly influenced to use it. You know, slap it on. Oh yeah, the more the merrier. Just slap it.
So then what? What happens? What happens? Anyone reckon the guy on the bottom half has had enough of life? It seems like he might be. He might be pissed off. Yeah, you wouldn't want me to go visit one with my mom. Here's the thing, okay? So endocrine disruptors can cause infertility. So where do most women spend most of their money at one time? It's in fertility treatments. So if you're telling people put on these sunscreens to prevent skin cancer, you're pretty much dropping the possibility percentage on them getting pregnant. So then what happens is then you go at the end when you're trying to get pregnant and you can't, and then any money that you saved up girl bossing now goes to the medical establishment because oops, you got so much more of this freaking wackadoodle sunscreen. Trust me. Yeah, Katra's a youngster. Oh, your mom was around. My sister's a real one. Finding me job listings. I want a resume. I want a resume and a template. She's also in Idaho. Shedaho. You're the cutest ever. My mom paid for it. I wouldn't be able to afford a trip otherwise. Sorry. Oops. Boom. But yeah, that shit's so crazy. But here, let's look this up real quick. Let's see what it says. Boom. Okay. Now, this is just the overview, but this is agreeing with what I said. Vitamin D3 and sunburn share a complex relationship. While moderate sunlight triggers vitamin D production, a deficiency can make your skin more vulnerable to burning, and getting burned does not help your body make more vitamin D. So you need high levels of vitamin D in your body to keep your skin from getting burned. And when people have vitamin D deficiencies, and especially when their doctors tell them that because of depression, they have seasonal affective disorder because of the winter, they're not outside and you can't get sunlight through the windows because it blocks the UV, and UV hitting the skin is what converts cholesterol into vitamin D3. So it's all freaking string on the wall. It's all point to point connecting the dots. I want snuggies and kisses. Was it a good trip? I miss you too, cowboy. Maybe if you're in Indiana without my mom, but I don't trust you. But I don't. But I what? Hold on. Maybe I'll see you if I'm in Indiana without my mom. But trust you don't want my mom there. But trust you don't want my mom there. Snug. It was a good trip. I was only there with a Hawaiian jacket and rain every day. My cat is currently digging his claws into me, so I might be distracted. What up, Blue Sky? Are we live? Or is it Memorex? It's Memorex. What's up, Blue Sky? Crazy mom. My mom was a controlling nutball. Okay, well, I broke something here. Okay. She's not that crazy, but she could be a little more loose.
Medical emergency in the middle of the ocean.
No. You what? You're kidding. Do you want one of these?
Aspirin.
Come on, man. That's not me.
Yeah, that feeling of impending doom is actually a sign of a very serious heart attack. The heart muscle is dying. And when that happens, it releases chemicals into your bloodstream, which is, by the way, how we can detect a heart attack with just a blood test. But also, it sends a signal to your brain that you're in a deep doo-doo. That feeling of doom, look at his face. That is not a good sign at all.
Right, they call it the impending feeling of doom. And interestingly enough, diabetics do not get that during heart attacks. This is why diabetics die of heart attacks, because they don't have that impending feeling of doom, which usually leads you to getting help with a heart attack. All right, meows. There you go. There's your meows. The only one I'll tolerate of any kind of pain, the only one I'll tolerate any kind of pain from, because I don't know if she's realized she's hurting me at all. I don't know. Freaking bunch of wackadoos. Look at that cute guy. There we go. All right. That's a meow. Those are pretty good meows. We're gonna video call this week. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we'll get on a video call this week. Meows. Uh-oh, broke something. What happened? Oh, let's see. I did. Okay, there it goes. It's back. Depends on my social battery. I've used it a lot for the weekend. Maybe he can recharge your battery. I'd be like, hey, I'm your space cow. Giddy up. Giddy up, Cadra. Alright, let's see. Broken face. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, there we go.
The treatment is first to do a skin detox. And what that means is you want to get rid of any type of skincare products or treatments that are causing a lot of irritation to your skin, like exfoliators, like tretinoin, really actives you want to get rid of, and really just get down to the basics of skincare. So for me, when this happened, I went
just
to our
you and
green tea
Space Cow.
cleanser, and I used our calming antioxidant moisturizer, and that was pretty much it. Really just getting rid of anything unnecessary, anything that might cause irritation to your skin.
Right.
Really
So
go
here's the
and
thing. Girls that wear a lot of makeup, what do you think they consider unnecessary? Probably none of it. Probably all of it's necessary to get the look. The World Health Organization?
use the actual basic products that are necessary. And then one thing you could do is some people will look at healing their gut. Yes, there is a potential connection between skin like this, dermatitis, perioral dermatitis, and the food you're eating. And so if you're eating any types of food that could be creating this type of reaction, you want to get rid of it. And typically those types of foods would be gluten, dairy, ultra-processed foods, excess sugar, those types of things. And finally, if those types of natural things don't work, then you may want to consider a low-dose antibiotic like minocycline. That's what ended up helping me get rid of my perioral dermatitis many years ago. Definitely see a dermatologist if you've got an issue with this. I've done this treatment, I can't tell you how many hundreds of times. This is a vac. Essentially, it's a sponge that you put over a wound, and then you hook it up to a vacuum suction, and you change it every few days or so. As you can see, the suction's turned on. It just helps to shrink everything down. And it's great for chronic wounds. So we started using this way back when I was in my medical training, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's only gotten better and better. And it's like I mentioned, you put this sponge on top of a wound. Typically these are chronic wounds, wounds that have been there for a long time, or wounds that have some exposed types of elements to it. You don't necessarily put it over something that's really like infected, however. What
my car needs to get off of
excess fluid. It reduces edema, it reduces swelling, and it helps the wound to actually contract, close faster than it otherwise would. It's a really elegant treatment. It's something that whoever came up with this is a genius. It's very simple, but it is an actual revolution with wound care. And I'll tell you, thank God, I have never, I think, ever had to use one in my practice, knock on wood.
If you inject filler between your eyebrows, you could lose your sight in seconds. You see, between your eyebrows runs a small but critical artery connected directly to your eye. If filler accidentally enters that vessel, pressure can push it backward into the eye's blood supply. Within seconds, blood flow to the retina can be blocked. That's why this tiny wrinkle zone is considered one of the highest risk areas in cosmetic injections.
Imagine if it was freaking
completely true.
Imagine if it was freaking Botox and he freaking
Yes, you can go blind from injections of filler. And there are certain areas that we consider danger zones. The glabella, or that area that they're focused on in this video, is one of them. The nose is another area. And then the nasolabial folds around this area and under the eyes also. This is all a danger zone for potential blindness with filler injections. So in my practice, we almost never inject filler in this area because of those risks. Now you may say, well, what about Botox? I get Botox in this area. Am I going to go blind from it? The answer is no. Botox is not like filler where it's a thick substance. It's basically the tiniest amount of botulinum toxin mixed with sterile saline solution. And so even if you accidentally inject it into a blood vessel in this area, there's no way it's going to make you go blind. So filler is great for the lips, for the cheeks, for the chin, for some of the lower face. Botox is great for the upper face, including the glabellar lines, the crow's feet, and the lines across your forehead. Thank you to Quince for sponsoring this video.
Quince.
If you followed me,
What
you
up,
know that
Plus?
I'm a big fan of collagen supplements. Collagen makes up the building blocks of our hair, skin, nails, bones, and joints. And unfortunately, we lose about 1% of our collagen every year. But there is hope. You have to try the new Quince Collagen Peptides Plus. Unlike most collagens that stop at peptides alone, Quince's Collagen Peptides Plus also adds vitamin C to boost collagen synthesis and hyaluronic acid to support skin hydration. That makes it a more complete, clinically supported formula that costs only 97 cents per serving. Studies show that taking a daily collagen supplement can support skin elasticity and hydration.
Yep,
hair
I take
and nail
it. Not
strength,
that, but
and healthy
I
bones
definitely
and
take type 1
joints.
and type
I
3
mix
every morning
collagen
coffee.
into my
Yep.
hot water
Yep.
or coffee every day. Quince's Collagen Peptides Plus is compatible with keto and paleo diets. It's non-GMO, unflavored and unsweetened, third-party tested for quality and safety,
Quality.
and made in the United States with clean ingredients. Check out Quince's Collagen Peptides Plus at the
Quince's.
link in the caption of this video, or use the QR code and get free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. So this young woman ended up having a buccal fat removal where you remove fat from the inside of the cheek. And as you can see here, she's having a complication that apparently this was a hematoma. And the hematoma, if you get one there, it's really hard to clean it out, but you want to try to do that. And in her situation, it's getting worse, and oh my gosh. Yeah, it got infected, and not good. So this was a several-week course for her to try to get better, getting on antibiotics. The buccal fat removal is a very elegant operation where you make an incision on the inside of the cheek to pull out a little bit of fat, just a chunk of fat from each cheek hollow to help contour the cheek and create essentially a natural contour in this area. I do it quite often in patients who feel that their faces are too round or kind of bottom heavy. It can just help create that type of contouring. But yes, there are risks with this and any other operation. The most common risk with this operation is probably what she had, a hematoma. And if that's not treated well, then yes, you can get an infection, which is what she apparently had as well. The other potential complication of buccal fat removal is damage to the salivary duct that exits around that area. And the other thing is you don't want to do it in somebody whose face is too thin because it can skeletonize the face and make them look actually older with time.
When you fall asleep, your eyelashes come alive. Tiny creatures called Demodex mites crawl out from your hair follicles, moving at about 8 millimeters per hour. They feed on oils and dead skin cells around your eyelids, then crawl back inside to hide before sunrise. Almost every human on Earth has them. Each mite lives for about 2 weeks, long enough to breed, lay eggs, and die right on your face. And tonight, as you dream, dozens of microscopic bodies will be moving across your eyelids in silence.
Dang, they did Charlie Puth wrong in this video. So these are real. Demodex mites are real. We pretty much all have them, but they don't look like spiders, and they're not anywhere near as big as you see in this video. They are probably about 10 times smaller than what you're seeing in the video. They are smaller than what the naked eye can visualize. But we all have Demodex mites. Some people will have, let's say, rosacea, may have an overgrowth of Demodex mites. And one of the treatments is cilantro, which can help to reduce the actual number of mites on your face. And this is real, but they don't look like spiders, and they're nowhere near that big. Okay, I don't like to show AI videos, but I thought this one was really well done because you can really see kind of epidemic that we have where people are getting overfilled, and honestly how much better they look more natural. It doesn't mean that any type of filler is bad. It's just making sure that if you do filler, you do the least amount necessary to make you happy.
Yeah, that shit's so crazy. People have gone like absolutely wackadoo with that filler stuff. All right, let's see what Space Cal's got. Hang on, that thing. Oops, dang it. There we go. Let's see. This freaking guy.
Hello everyone, today I'm gonna eat this 8-pack of hot dogs as fast as I can, so let's just...
Jeez, dude. Okay, I'll show it. Did you link it? I'll find it. Do you know this guy? You don't know him, right? He's it. Pierceton, Indiana. Yeah. You love cold hot dogs?
Alright, I'm done. Anyway, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow my TikTok and Instagram. Let me know what y'all want to
Dude, that guy frickin'.
I've got to go now. Bye.
Yeah, you gotta go, brother.
Let's test the macro lens on this camera by focusing in on my hair. Let's test the macro lens on this camera by focusing in on my hair.
Bugs.
Let's test the macro lens.
His enthusiasm slow after the first. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that shit's so wackadoodle. That's so wackadoodle. Go give him a like, Katra. That's a touch. That's a lot of lips, tails, and touch buttholes. I only wanted to share the video because I had to do with bugs. It's all right. I'll show you some videos. I'll show you videos. All right. Discord here. If you like cold hot dogs, you might try Vienna sausages on a budget meal. Oops. What does it say? Yeah, I'm not.
What's that?
Oh, what happened?
Budgeting app in base 45.
I'm on premium. Why am I getting ads? Ah! Yeah, I gotta mute it. It's got copyrighted music in it. Let's see. Katra, come here and love me. Should I wear my new cowboy boots? Is salt adverse to the bugs? Jeez. Get him. Oh, I thought he was going to get him. Those are premium ads. There you go. The best of the best. Yeah, I'll wear them. I was expecting more enthusiasm. Thumb and Jebra. Oh, he picked him up. Well, don't get one of those claws in your eyes. I had a cat that got grabbed by an owl. 173 stitches. YouTube ads will never convince me to go premium. It just turns into that Black Mirror episode. So one of my subscribers bought me a month of, donated a month of premium to the channel. Katra, I need to go stank ass and take a leak. Paying not to be harassed every 5 seconds and constantly needing up your package. Yeah. Yep, I got it for free. Can't all the parts they can't sell go into hot dogs? That's what I heard, and I've heard that for a long time, and I guarantee there is premium hot dogs, and I guarantee there are butthole hot dogs too. YouTube Premium. Lovely Lamb Lunch donated a month of premium for May. Yeah, think about the hot dogs. All right, let's see. There he is. That's why we eat the brats. I'm thinking about you while I'm in Turlet. Things, this guy, here we go. They're heavenly. Yeah, I'm a fan too.
Is it a mask? It's gotta be a mask. But is it? It's gotta be a mask. What do you think?
Freaking crazy.
I'm scared. This is almost as scary as the last video. Yes, these are what you think they are. They are leeches. And leech therapy is real. But why are they putting leeches on her chin?
Her acne?
Ugh. Yes, I have used leeches in clinical practice, but thank God not on hardly any of my patients. So leech therapy, as I mentioned, is a real thing. In most large hospitals around the country, they have a vat of leeches, medical grade leeches, ready to go if we need them. What leeches are essentially is they are attachable veins. They will attach
Brats
onto
and
your body
onions.
parts, suck out the vein.
Yeah, I like brats with exactly that. Onions and green peppers. That's the way to do it, brother. That's the way.
Blood from that body part, and it can, in some cases, help an area heal much better. The most common area that we treat with leeches are finger replants, where let's say you get your finger cut off, and we put it back on, we stitch the tendons back together, we stitch the artery back together, but if the vein is not able to be stitched together, but you can use a leech to act as an attachable vein, it will suck that venous blood out, eventually it will fall off of the area, and when you need another one, you put another one on. Oftentimes, leech therapy is necessary for a few days until you develop new blood supply, new collateral veins that will develop that will actually take over, so you don't need the leeches as much. In plastic surgery, where do we use leeches most commonly? Probably, believe it or not, the nipples. If you undergo a breast reduction or breast lift surgery and the blood supply is not so good and you get venous backup, then attaching a leech to the nipple can actually suck that venous blood out and potentially save the nipple from dying.
Save the
If
nipple.
you watch my TikTok reaction videos, you know I always end with one of my TikTok videos. This is one that I posted recently.
What's up,
that went
Amber?
viral. Take a look and
I'm
see
trying
what
to
you
avoid
think.
bread
I'd
best
love
I
to hear
can,
in the
make room for
comment
pizza.
section if you picked different names than what I did.
Hanks.
Cruz.
Kevin.
Hart.
Costner.
Michael.
Strahan.
Jackson. Oh, Jordan.
Who's Michael Strahan?
Yeah, save it.
You just pulled that name.
Yeah.
That's great.
80s punk band named Nipple Leech.
Tina.
Faye.
Turner.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is freaking some young kid stuff going on here. I don't even know what they're talking about most of the time. All right. Let's see. Where we at? 1 minute to 8. What's next? What's next? How pepper became a medicine. I love this guy. What? What happened?
Mayans used these peppers to treat what we now, one of the most seen peppers that doesn't exist is the habanero. For thousands of years, the Mayans used these peppers to treat what we now call arthritis. They would crush these peppers into a paste and they'd press it on your joints to block pain signals to your brain. So it became one of their most important medicines.
Jeez.
But
Yeah,
in the 1500s, the
yeah.
Spanish named it habanero after Havana, Cuba, because that's where it was always traded. But then in 1776, a Dutch botanist found it always being used in Chinese cooking. So he named the entire species the Chinese pepper without ever asking where it came from. So while habaneros healed people in the Amazon, millions suffered from extreme pain and nerve damage. It wasn't until 2009 that the FDA approved capsaicin as an official pain treatment. So now it's in every pharmacy in the world, and the original name didn't survive long enough to make it on the label, which is pretty insane. One of the most.
It is pretty insane. Good to know if I get arthritis, get habanero peppers. Right, but you have to understand that the way capsaicin treatment is usually done is they apply a numbing cream first, and then they apply the capsaicin. Else it'll burn the dog piss out of you. I knew a guy who had the bottoms of his feet. He had I don't think it was neuropathy. Maybe it was neuropathy. Very, very painful. The bottom of his feet always hurt very bad. So they would rub a numbing cream like what people get often before they get tattoos, or like whatever, numbing cream. And then they would rub it on, let them sit for an hour, and then wash it all off. I'm growing habanero rogue and habanero oranges. Yeah, I usually grow one habanero plant a year. I'm not doing it this year though, as I got I'm doing lunchbox habaneros, jalapenos. I mean, jalapenos are fine going down, but they come you take issue with. Do it like the Aztecs. Yeah, you can do that. You can use ice. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just letting you know. Using the pepper is different than what they do now. Now they use capsaicin extract, which is like way hotter than pepper. So yeah, you don't want it, but it'll cause chemical burns. And make sure you have enough vitamin D. so the skin doesn't have chemical burns. Vitamin D, baby. Vitamin D. Vitamin D. Meows. I use the pepper. This is what kidney failure looks like. Jeez. Oh, there we go.
There's a slime mold
Let's
called
see.
Physarum polycephalum, and this slime mold is very, very good at navigating through mazes and challenges. They did several experiments. The most fun one, they designed a nutrient-like maze
I have sensitive skin. I'm
replicating
not going to use
Tokyo
that.
in the Japanese subway
FSSS.
system with all
Have
the
you
major
seen the video of
cities,
Angry Goat?
nodes around Tokyo. Then each of those nodes had a piece of oat on them.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of Angry Goat videos. I don't know if you got a link. Let me know.
The source of nutrition. The main oat was where Tokyo was. They inoculated it, and then they let the slime mold grow. And first it grew out randomly, exploratorily, just like you would do if you're a hunter or something. You're hunting on the landscape looking for things. And then after about 28 hours, it reorganized itself in the most efficient way possible and reorganized the Japanese subway system in a more efficient manner than it's designed today. Thus, they said, not me, not Paul Stamets, this is a demonstration of cellular intelligence. Whoa. There's a slime.
That's pretty damn cool. I'm cleaning out my fridge before I go do groceries. Looks like I can have mustard sandwiches with pickles tonight. Oh, jeez. Crazy how many people don't wear ear protection at concerts. I went to one in Nashville, I wore earplugs. And noise-canceling headphones, and still had a great time to double it up, make yourself. Yeah. A lot of people don't care. When I was a musician, I would wear earplugs. We didn't really have noise-canceling headphones back in those days. But yeah, I just used regular foam earplugs. But I had long hair. I could cover it up. Meows. Oh, jeez. Hey, that's me. Saying life in prison, fly away. Oh, what's that? Oh, a saw blade launcher. Let's see what's going on here.
Whoops, wrong video. These foam disc launchers are an awesome toy if you're a fan of things that don't work properly. And if you are a fan of that, well, you're in the right place. But these were basically a waste of an 1/18 of a Benji, even though they did come with these delicious little morsels. And I couldn't physically bring myself to just throw them away.
And I'll complain
So I
about the
just kept
noises
wondering
people
how to
can't hear,
improve
like
these
take care
pieces
of
of
your ears.
garbage
Yeah,
when an
they'll get
idea
tinnitus.
came across my desk.
He's gonna get his freaking head cut
Okay,
off.
the first thing I'll need to find is a saw blade. And the second thing I'll need is $1 million. Now, I can't just make this kid's toy launch a circular saw blade. It doesn't fit all the way.
Right.
But after a little persuasion with the blade's brother from another
Why
mother,
ears don't
I
ring that-
realized
my
I was
ears
going
don't ring
to
that
need
often,
a lot
man.
more power. This toy uses springs of some sort to propel the foam disc, and much like all of us, spontaneously explodes if touched at the right spot. But springs didn't seem to be much of a motivator for the saw blade unless it was an organized hit. So I decided I was going to use something a little more exotic to propel the blade,
Nice.
like this shoe that I completely forgot to catch, and now it looks like my shoe lost a 1v1 in a drive-by shooting. Anyway, the wheel on the end of the shoe is really what I'm after because of its blade launching potential. At this point, I should probably explain what my goals are for this project. I want it to be handheld with hand warmers and launch 3 saw blades at a time that break the speed of sound and can also cause the annihilation of Alderaan. And now that we've gotten the scope creep out of the way, I really just want it to be handheld, launch a saw blade at a reasonably fast speed, and have an auto-feeding magazine. But what is considered a reasonably fast speed?
Let's find out.
In the words of the late, great Mr. McQueen, I am speed. And after partaking in a little bit of math, I found I could throw the blade between 35 and 50 miles per hour, so that's what I'll be going for. Now, to achieve those speeds, I'll need some wheels. And in order to turn those wheels, I'll need a motor. And in order to turn the motor, I'll need a microcontroller. For the MC, hold the hammer. I decided to use the
32.
30-second
I take
variant of
lipoflavin
ESP,
myself,
but
and it helps
unfortunately
decrease
for
the
me,
ring
these
and
boards were designed in ancient Roman times when they still used this micro USB connector. So I had to dig.
Are
through
you
the
on
rest of
K2 yet, Cheryl? So K2 ensures calcium is properly detected. The calcium D3 connection. Soft tissue calcification. So can leave excess calcium in the bloodstream, which may harden soft tissues and delicate structures of blood flow in the inner ear. You started the D. So the next thing you'll need to do after that, just like it says here, K2 typically works in tandem with vitamin D3. A D3 deficiency is more commonly linked to tinnitus because low levels can cause nerve hyperactivity and amplify brain inflammation. But you need the K2 to make sure that the calcium doesn't build up in your bloodstream and soft tissues. So it will get you the calcium out of your gut. And I know you heard me say it a million times. I think that what cowboys used to use for horses when they would shoot in the horse. I think that's what cowboys used to use for horses when they would shoot from horseback. Cotton balls? We gotta look into that next.
Box and found this cable that was clearly suffering from localized alopecia. It surprisingly still worked though, and after talking dirty to the ESP and hooking up to ESC, I was about to ESC if this whole setup would even work. That's beeping. Whoa! Whoa! This looked pretty promising, and my next step was to install a wheel on the motor, but these wheelchair wheels don't grip the blade very well, so I printed this grippy wheel out of a material called T-Poo, which is like PLA if it had a little too much
Watch
to
out
drink.
for cotton balls.
This squishier wheel should be able to suck the blade in and spit it out, but there was really only one way to know for sure. Similar to myself, the blade consistently hung to the right, so I installed a little border that shared the same goal as electroshock therapy, forced them to come out straight. And that actually seemed to work, the border one anyway, but the discs weren't coming out very fast, so I increased friction by lowering the motor, but it was clearly too much friction for both the motor and universe.
You need two wheels, buddy.
The test fixture was getting kind of beat up at this point, and to be honest, there's no way this setup would get the disc up to the 50 miles per hour that I want, even if I did add these extra motors. So I'm going to need to pour a lot more energy into the saw blades for this to work, and thankfully the physics gods have gifted me the invention of the flywheel, which is a heavy wheel that contains massive amounts of energy while spinning, and if it's good enough to power a steam engine or this Goober's Potter's wheel, it'll probably be enough for these. However, unthankfully, the fizzy gods have also invented the gyroscopic effect, which means if I want these spiky wheels to fly, I need to figure out how to make them spin, which technically also makes the saw blades themselves flywheels. I've been learning all of this useful information from the book.
That's a good book.
Minds, which is the ultimate guide to rebuilding civilization because it says so right there. It's also today's sponsor because it says so right there. This book is massive, beautifully illustrated, and really cool, just like me for real. And I've been learning about a wide range of topics like jet streams, or this relaxing board game called chess that looks pretty fun and really easy to master. This book has got everything.
Really
Do you
easy
like to get
master.
naughty?
It's funny.
Boom.
It's funny.
You like jazz? Boom. Reinforced concrete? Yeah, that actually is in here. But my favorite part of the book is that it isn't a book. It's a giant quest filled with incredibly complex puzzles, and only 7 people on planet Earth have ever solved the entire quest. You could be number 8, but I doubt it. And in order to embark on this mighty quest, my brave knight, you must follow 2 things. Firstly, the butterflies that are hidden on certain pages that will lead you to the puzzles. And secondly, the link in the description below, or this QR code to purchase the book and start hunting butterflies. Use my code CONCEPT10 to get 10% off of the book. Thanks again, Hungry Minds, for sponsoring this video. Now back to hitting 30 reps of jazzercise so I can mew on my haters. This exercise equipment can also work as a tire, and after combining it with this 100% infill wheel, I built a much larger and more serious test setup that should violently expectorate the blade. And it's at this point that I wondered if feeding a saw blade into this was a good idea.
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
I decided that it was. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Well, the saw blade is anyway. And after a couple more tests, I thought I should probably plug in the second motor.
Yeah,
you
there you
main
go.
monitor watchers probably noticed that both wheels have been spinning, and when they're stopped, they don't touch each other. So how is this wheel turning? Well, remember those imaginary numbers they tried to peddle to us in high school? They don't have anything to do with this. I just wanted you to remember that they exist. Or do they? No, we only deal in imaginary forces here on this channel, like this centrifugal force that's been caught in 4K, expanding the top outer outer wheel, which in turn drives the lower. Anyway, after connecting the second motor by shorting a cable with an alligator clip, I expected 2 motors to launch the blade twice as fast. But after some science, it was clear the blade wasn't really going any faster. And this actually makes sense, because most of the power is in the flywheels, not the motors, and my main man centrifugal had already been giving me a 2-for-1 special in the power department.
He likes to throw stuff.
My laptop with that. After throwing some random stuff in the wheels for curiosity's sake, and exacting my revenge on the B word, I started to upgrade my test setup by doubling the tabs on the wheel, and then got a little carried away. One intense session of screwing, grinding, drilling, and banging later, I realized...
Look at the Hansel and Gretel scary version.
Robots, which I would enthusiastically do all the aforementioned actions to, robotically speaking. Moving on, I made this box thing that now has a second flywheel stage to hopefully put some extra poop behind launching the blades, and luckily for me, delivering poop is in the very nature of the flywheel.
There you go. That'll do it.
Saw blade was
Buy Fox Nations if you can buy it. Yeah.
And the force that it was
as long as
hitting
it's not
bounced off
copyrighted,
was
I'll play it.
almost impressive.
Holy, that's kind of spooky.
But now I had 2 problems. The teeth on the blade were eating my wheels, and the blade was really good at not sticking into the wood. So I got out my dentistry tools, removed the pearly silvers, and fashioned some custom dentures that seemed to work quite well.
That is terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying. Okay.
The dual flywheels didn't have enough power to stick the landing, even after I tried to cheat with cardboard, and that was pretty disappointing. But if Schoolhouse Rock has taught me anything, it's that 3 is the magic number. Abracadabra. I now had 3 stages of flywheels, and with the amount of solder I just inhaled, my lungs also have 3 stages. This time I went for a longer shot, and even though it didn't stick, I found that the blades were traveling at 30 miles per hour, and were indeed spinning, with the spinach being due to this offset flywheel at the end, which pirouettes the disc as it comes out. You may be thinking that was a pretty smart thing to do, and I did too when I decided to steal it from YouTube's resident Make Disc Spin Fast expert. At this point, I was pretty tired of seeing the blade bounce off it crazy style, so I figured if it couldn't even get through this cardboard box, this project was kind of worthless.
Nice.
Holy smokes, it started coming through the back too. No! It smells like acetone. It punctured my acetone. Oh.
What a moron.
Okay, that was pretty terrifying, and a wise man would probably keep it on the table and abandon the idea of it being handheld. Good thing for you, I happen to be fresh out of gold, frankincense, and myrrh.
Oh, yeah.
This bad boy's got 3 stages of flywheels, it's got accent colors, it's got homemade bomb-esque wiring, it is indeed a bad boy, it's got semi-automatic manual loading, and finally the flywheels are exposed, so hopefully the foregrip doesn't come off. And there was really nothing left to do, except to see if it even worked.
Come on, get to it.
I can catch it with this hand. Alright, here we go.
It did. That is, until the foregrip decided to take the day off.
Can you see that? That's probably why you don't have exposed flywheels.
After denying the foregrip,
or look at any of the
I soon realized that aiming is more of a
suggestion.
suggestion with this thing. So to fix that, I figured I'd just add more ammunition. That was easier said than done, though. And while attempting to launch 2 discs in a row, my camera got so disgusted with the performance it tried its best to blur it out. I don't blame it though, because the launcher kept jamming even after I let it pick out its favorite saw blade holder, and the only way I could launch multiple saws was to accidentally get a double shot or load them one at a time, and everyone knows only losers load their saw blade disc launchers like that. So I gave up and started playing with this top that I found, and the top wasn't very good at topping, but it was. If you're interested in a full breakdown of this build, I'll be...
Alright, let's see. Alright. Uh-oh. We lost her. I guess we lost her. It's me. Okay, let's see. I forgot what she said she wanted me to do. Look at the analog horror. Oh, analog horror, right? Yes, I remember that stuff. Yeah, where they take like old VHS tapes and stuff like that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that from back in the day.
Which one of these analog horror characters do you think it would be the scariest to run from? Let's start with the boiled one who, when you press R, releases out a giant scream, freezing players in place with terror, and can also see where you are at all times if you're moving. Next up, we have Bon the Rabbit. He doesn't really have any powers, but he's still pretty horrifying. We have the Locust, whose powers are pretty insane.
No, that's not what I remembered either. I remember, here you go, found footage, analog horror. There you go.
Analog horror is a genre of internet-based horror fiction that uses the aesthetic and technology of the past to create unease. Think VHS tapes, emergency broadcasts, CRT static, rotary phones, and government training films. It uses things we once trusted, local news, school films, cartoons,
By
and distorts them.
Foxymations.
It's uncanny familiarity twisted into
If I can't
messages
run,
that feel like they
magically
weren't meant to be
freezes
found.
me.
It's like the past itself trying to warn you. Cosmic horror delivered through lo-fi mediums.
So there's this layered unreality, like fiction pretending to be fact. I'm thinking found footage. I'm thinking Blair Witch.
And that blurred boundary, that's the heart of analog horror. You never know what's real. Analog horror is a genre.
You never know what's real. You never know. All right, where are we at now? All right. Let's see what we got here. We got here. We got here. Okay. Oops. Let's see what this is. Let's see what this is. Boom. Okay. All right. We'll do this instead. We'll do this instead. Anyone? Oh, you know what I need to find? Oh, what we should actually find too is no way. I can't hear it. We've updated your upcoming music based on your listening behavior. Okay. You can call me Grandpa if you want. I'm not at Grandpa age yet, but you can call me whatever you want. Jeez, these songs suck. Stairway to Heaven's background music? Yeah, that's freaking copyrighted as all get out. Oh, it's not copyright. It's yes, you can call me son. Sure, Cheryl, you can call me daddy. I understand. You're holding back some jokes, Ketchup. I understand. Oh, he wants to call you daddy. Call her daddy. I heard the call her daddy chick's pregnant now. The chick that was all about like teaching girls to love hookup culture and whatnot is now like my outlook on life and stuff hasn't changed, but I just figured it's time to have a baby. But you're just telling everybody else not to. Understood. Tell everybody else that they can't have no kids while she has kids. But she's like, but I got rich off of all you guys, so now I've got money to have babies, so, you know. Wackadoodle. Bunch of freaking wackadoos. All right, what are we looking at? Fat Bear Week. Dangerous Magic. Ooh, putting a jet engine. Works faster. I don't know if I can watch another video from that guy. Virtual reality. AI needs to be disarmed, says the Pope. Okay, Jim's got something here. All right. Okay, Daddy. Another ad. Oh, there you go. Just make sure. Okay, good. Okay, I guess that's all right. Okay, man.
Using the substance Pervitin during
Yeah,
World War
Pervitin.
II.
Methamphetamine.
It was a drug that came in little tablets that, when consumed, would increase the soldier's alertness, decrease his desire for sleep and food, and overall boost his mood,
Pervitin.
take his mind off
Makes
the
you a
horrors
perv.
of war. And this was all thanks to the amazing power of meth. Yes, Pervitin was methamphetamine.
Yeah,
which
thank you,
in
Robert.
small
Just keep calling
doses
me
was useful
Richard.
too
Thank
for
you,
soldiers
thank
as
you,
it
Robert.
provided the aforementioned effects. However, larger doses or long time use started to present problems. Agitation, irritability, sleeplessness, hallucinations, delirium, psychosis. Hell, you probably don't need me to tell you why meth is bad. You've more than likely heard stories of meth binges where the user doesn't sleep for days and is completely off their gourd the entire time. Wrestler X-Pac was a meth addict for years and has told a story of a particular time when he took meth and stood in one spot for 2 or 3 days until someone found him. His feet had swelled so much that they burst open his boots. So today I will tell you a tale of a World War II soldier accidentally overdosing on Pervitin during combat and ending up alone in the freezing Russian countryside where he had to survive for 2 weeks, all the while tripping balls on meth. Born in 1917, Aimo Koivunen was a Finnish soldier in World War II. Despite eventually fighting against the Nazis, in 1941 Finland unofficially allied with the Germans against their common enemy, the Soviet Union. In 1944,
So
Aimo
satisfying,
Koivunen found
so
himself on
satisfying
sea
to
patrol
have my
in Murmansk,
masculinity
Oblast, Russia.
stroked.
The unit had been on the move almost non-stop for 2 days, but were now setting up a small camp in the forest to take a small break. Unfortunately, they were interrupted by their sentries opening fire. The Russians had found them.
Was it a
Firefight
guy
broke
over his...
out, but it soon became
Oh,
clear
yeah,
that the
no,
Russians
yeah, he
outnumbered
went...
the Finns.
I don't know if this is the story about that guy, but there was this one guy who like stayed up for like 6 days or more and completely thought that he was like escaping like polar bears with machine guns.
Were moving around to surround them. Their only hope was to escape. The Finnish company started to retreat, with the Russians in hot pursuit. But not that hot, the temperature's below freezing.
Right.
As the two sides exchange fire, Aimo takes the lead.
Yeah,
He
I think this is
estimates
the
there
guy.
is at least a platoon of Russians after them, and they seriously need to pick up the pace. However, Aimo's need for speed is hampered by his lack of sleep. Despite the life-threatening circumstances, he's losing strength
It was funny.
and starting to drift. The men behind him call out and tell him he needs to move faster, but his body is in protest, and so his need for speed is replaced with a need for speed. Aimo had been entrusted with the unit supply of Pervitin.
He took all of
and
it.
now realized he was going to have to take some to stay awake. However, in the panic, he is unable to remove just one pill from the bottle with his mitts, and instead has accidentally poured the whole thing out, around 30 pills. I'm going to guess the sleep deprivation had clouded his judgment, because when he sees this, he just decides to eat all of them. God only knows how he swallowed 30 fucking pills without
Right.
water. Not long after, Aimo is reinvigorated.
Whatever
and he and his unit
happened to the chick on YouTube, that takes 1,000 guys. Her name's Bonnie Blue, and she's freaking crazy. I think she got arrested for having sex with underage boys in Bali. And like, I know she got kicked off of OnlyFans. I remember reading that. I'm feeling quite masculine today, so you'd be pretty gay to say.
are able to successfully lose the Russians. It's just like they always say, kids, drugs are good for you. However, as time passes, Aimo starts to notice the other effects of meth. The landscape appears to be changing form around him, and he drifts in and out of consciousness. After this point, Aimo can only remember parts of the story, as if it were all a dream. His altered state does not go unnoticed by his unit, who are so worried by his delirious state.
They filmed a documentary and interviewed her like before and after, and she was like crying because she was like, I only had like 2 minutes with each guy. I couldn't give each one my best. Like, you're freaking nuts. And they interviewed her dad, and her dad was like, hey, I like the car I'm in. Yeah, right. Well, she was dating it was called the Barely Legal Bang Bus or something like that, and there was guys that were just out of high school and weren't 18 yet. Yeah, it's a skills issue, right?
Take his ammo off him, unbeknownst to him. Aimo fades out of consciousness, and when he snaps back to reality, he has no idea how much time has passed, but he is alone, with no magazines for his submachine gun and no supplies in his backpack. So begins 2 weeks of isolated survival, tweaking on meth. Aimo recounts that he had largely lost sense of time, and much of his journey consisted of him regaining consciousness while he was in the middle of doing
Don't
something.
do this,
He would
kids.
often become
Don't
lucid
do
and have
this.
no clue how he got there, or how long it took, or why he was there. It's hard to know what was real and what was hallucination. The first thing he decides to do is head back to Finland. So, with compass in hand, he plots his course and goes on his merry way. Soon he is arguing with the boys about where they are and where they need to go. He sees smoke in the distance and realizes there's probably a camp there where they can ask. Then he wakes up and he is falling down the slope. He had imagined the whole thing, except for the smoke. It seemed that there really was a camp not far away. Aimo skis towards the camp. It must be the Germans. They'll look after him. Well, actually, it was the Russians, and now there's no way back. With no ammo, Aimo just skis straight through the camp at full pelt. Shots are fired at him, and a few soldiers give chase. The chase goes on for an hour. At times the Russians are a mere 20 meters away, but eventually night falls and a storm breaks out, and Aimo loses them. He sets up a fire and makes some tea from pine buds, then he lies down and goes to sleep. However, after a while he sees a pair of eyes shining in the darkness. It's a wolverine, and it's creeping dangerously close. Terrified, Aimo unsheaths his knife. The wolverine lunges at him. He thrusts his knife forward. He wakes up. He has just punched a tree. The compass in his hand is now broken. After another day of skiing, Aimo comes across an old friend. They rest under the spruce tree.
People get people older and do more than once. You're gonna get people older and do more than once if you're gonna go out. Get older people. Gotcha. How are you, Amber? For real, they can learn to share. All right. This would be me, but I'd be sober.
Trees and chat before the friend says they should get moving again, and so they go off. Aimo wakes up. He is once again alone and is now missing his gun and his backpack. He's even lost his cooking pot, so no more tea for Aimo. Another day and night of skiing, and Aimo comes across an abandoned cabin. He enters and finds a small pile of wood. He gathers it up for a fire, although he's so fucked he just builds it in the middle of the floor. He finds an old tin can and uses it to melt snow. With no pine buds to make tea, he just has to drink the hot water. He lies down next to the fire. Of course, being on the floor, the fire spreads. This doesn't seem to bother Aimo though, and he just moves a little further away every time it gets too close. Eventually, the cabin is completely burnt and fucking collapses. There is a nearby furnace which Aimo sets a fire in, and he falls asleep next to it. The next day, Aimo follows a ski track to a guard post. This time, it must be the Germans. He gets close and calls out, but there is no answer. He takes a few steps towards the outpost before being blown on his ass. Aimo has stepped on a mine. He's alive, but his left foot is fucked up. The guard post belonged to the Germans, but they had since mined it and abandoned it. As the cold is unbearable...
Jeez, but for real, be careful with that. What you should actually see me in my dangerous to fall in love stuff over the internet. Jesus Chrysler, you freaking wackadoo ass kids. Jeez, get a room. My neither uses that term as rubbing off on me. Me neither.
Aimo crawls 100 meters towards a dugout to take shelter. He pulls at the door before being hit with a blinding light. When he awakes, he is 30 meters away from the dugout. The door was rigged with an explosive. Now his eyes and head hurt, and his trousers have the arse torn out. This is the end of his journey. He can't continue like this. He must simply wait. He rips off the front of his shirt and uses it to bandage his left foot. He makes a small fire from which he is able to boil water. He is starving, in pain, weak, and freezing cold. The nights
I'm
and days
trying to be
pass by
healthy,
until one day there is a
bestie.
shot.
Not neath
The
that.
Russians are approaching. Imo prepares to meet his maker until he hears shouting. The language is not Russian, but Finnish. He calls out to the soldiers for help. He is saved. The soldiers explained their sergeant had just stepped on a mine and they need to take him back to safety first, but they will return. He tries to argue, but they leave. Imo wonders, will they even remember him by the time they get back? Will he still be alive? Were they even real? Again, days pass by. One day, a Siberian jay lands nearby. Slowly, Imo lifts his ski pole and with his last remaining strength, brings it down on top of the bird, killing it. He plucks most of the feathers and he just fucking eats the thing raw. Imo thinks it is delicious. Some time later, he hears a plane overhead. It is German reconnaissance. Imo shakes his ski pole and the pilot seems to take notice as the plane begins to circle overhead. Soon, Imo is reached by Finnish and German soldiers. They had been searching for him after they noticed his absence from the unit. The Germans clear the minefield and Imo Koivunen is rescued. At the hospital, Imo learns he had been on his own for 2 weeks.
This is a story of what happened to a German soldier who ate 30 tablets of methamphetamine during World War II. True story, by the way.
The guard post he had spent half that time lying in was 400 kilometers from where he had started. His heart rate is measured 200 beats per minute and he weighed a shocking 43 kilograms. But he has survived. And like all meth abusers, Imo Koivunen lived a long and happy life.
It's a lesson some of us learn the hard way, and I learned that love too soon is dangerous and ingenuine. Yes, it is, and it's obvious. You don't have to explain it. I know what you mean, but I think it means more when it's not just thrown around. I agree 100%. People shouldn't say they love you unless they love you. I agree 100%.
Dying in 1989 at the age of 71. Actually, I suppose that isn't really that old. Maybe meth isn't good for you after all. I wouldn't know. I've never tried it. It's not really a big thing in Ireland. So until I open a PO box and let you all send me some...
Yes, right. So he had his whole platoon's supply of meth, and he took all of it at once. Instead of distributing the pills, like taking one a day, because his hands were frozen and he was like 3 days of no sleep before going on the meth. So when he tried to pour out the individual pills while he was skiing, they all dumped into his hands. So he just took them all at once. And then he went freaking wackadoo, blew off his foot and got blowed up a couple times. I don't want Cowboy to take it wrong because I care. And I don't want unhealthy online attachment. I agree. And the distinction between play needs to be clear. Don't freaking play. Don't cast the rod if you don't want the fish. Don't cast the rod if you don't want the fish. Dun, dun, dun. Can you play the Moo Cow anthem? Sure.
Do what you're supposed to do. Get them hands rough. Go to the gym, work out, get that body built up, and get you a little kitty, some M&M, and maybe a little bit of lemonade with a shot of Crown, and suck it up, Buttercup. Become a man, not a mouse.
His body was overheating, but he was in sub-zero temperatures, crazy balance away. Yeah, I agree. I just need to be clear. You've got Discord. Catch up. Suck it up, Buttercup. I tell you what. Yeah, it's got your soft ass girly hands, and freaking need to get you some lemonade, and have a good day, everybody. I'm pretty good at mocking voices. Space Cowboy said, I put lotion on my butt cheeks before I sit down on the toilet because My bad. Boy, why do I say such stupid things? Space cow lotion.
Yeah, I tell you what. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby. Right round, round, round. You spin me right around, baby. Cowboy, don't be mad.
Thanks, Mott. Thanks, bros. This got me for my first meal of the day. 4 eggs, 1 onion, 2 garlic cloves. I thought you guys were Robot Wars.
Wars and drugs.
Glad to help, Blue Sky. Glad to help.
We're all right here. What Space Cow got for me here? We're gonna learn something about trucking. I tell you what. Let's see what we got going on here. We got the trucks.
Rise and shine, you soft-handed sissy bitches.
Sissy.
Get to work. We're doing military this week.
We're doing military.
0900.
Oh, 900.
Let's go.
I eat 4 eggs and paid eggs a day, bro. Sissy bitches.
We're doing military this week.
We're doing the military here. 0900.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Rise.
Uncanny. I'm good, brother. I'm good. I got some talents. I got some God-given talents. Okay. You guys know what Space Cow likes to do? I'll show you.
In the night where the stars twinkle bright,
They twinkle bright. There's a cow on the journey taking flight.
with a grin,
With a grin and a moo, he's flying away through the Milky Way, where the comets play. He's sissy. He floats by planets. He's feeling so free. A cosmic adventure for all to see. They call him sissy tits. They milk him.
Don't, my AI boyfriend.
Eggs won't hurt you.
No, eggs are very freaking good for you.
I'm scared. Moo cow with a little cow floating through space.
Damn it, what'd you do to my voice?
He's a moo cow. Sissy bitches.
Rise and shine, you soft-handed sissy bitches. It's time to get to work. We're doing military this week. 0900. Hit the deck. Let's go.
Let's go.
Rise and shine, you soft-handed sissy.
You soft-handed sissy bitches.
Yeah, I'm becoming Mo 7. I love it. I had a good interaction today at the home. Oh, I was streaming it, right. Guy said, "Excuse me, you look like a painter." I was like, "I wonder why he thinks I look like a painter."
I got paint all up over me.
He's like, "You look like a painter." I was like, "Hey, I'll help you, brother. My brethren." Okay.
I forgot what I was doing. You guys got me all fucked up. The pervertin's kicking in. We're on the road, everybody.
Sorry. Okay, where are we at? Where the comets play.
'Cause Space Cowboy's gay.
Catwa, I'm sorry. I upset you with my love.
I'm sorry, Catra. I upset you with my love. We're doing military. I got my butt cheeks all loosened up. About to get in the shower.
Oh, 800 mile per hour Nerf dart. Oh, what's this? Damn.
Why?
You didn't upset me. I just like to be clear at random times. I'm sorry. The atlatl tank. lethal pressure points. MMA unlocked. Plastic surgeon reactions. My homemade jetpack works well. Oh, that looks pretty cool. It's underwater though.
Brain damage. You got some freaking brain damage there. H-stop-oo.
What the F? I don't sound like that. God, Gomer Pyle. I could probably do it, but I won't. I'm sorry. I won't do it. They're fighting spy. I saw that earlier. Fighting spy. I just saw the name. Asian maggot-covered delicacy. I reached my limit. People are awesome. Extreme talents. Do we want to see extreme talents? The funniest moments in motorcycle racing. Argon. The offerings for the pharaohs. Ultra runner shoes. Okay, talents. No way. He's gonna put it back on the bike. That's freaking good. That's a good freaking. Yeah, they're pretty good. People are freaking. The thing that's awesome is that these likely aren't one-offs. Like, they probably failed it hundreds of times, dozens of times, you know. Yeah. Do it all with a firm handshake. Robot Wars, we'll do Robot Wars next. Yeah. Jeez. This is what I couldn't do that. That was pretty good, but I used to do a lot of bowl and, not a lot, but bowl and ramp. We used to have ramps at the house. Flip. No way. Jeez. Nice. Jeez. I could do that. Couldn't do it, probably. Probably couldn't do it, actually. Nice work. Jeez. Good balance. No, hold on. What? Hold on. What? Yes, they're amazing. They're definitely amazing. That's some grip strength.
Yes.
I was waiting for the windows to be kicked in. Yeah, I'd probably rip my shoulder out. Nice. That's Catra.
No.
All right, Catra.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, Giga! Oh!
No. No, it ain't okay. I was just making a joke. What do you mean? It's saying you're stretchy. I have no idea. You think they're AI?
Yeah. How can I get you?
Yeah. You know they are? You made them, Tiny?
I have the AI eye.
Dude, this is 4 months old. They didn't have AI back then. Oh, you think they're mixed in? Oh, gotcha. I think we saw this one before, and we talked about. I used to be a big fan of pogo sticking.
A rainbow.
Sora 2K. I know, I was making a joke. Yeah, good pogo sticking. This is definitely AI. It doesn't snow that much. The AI stuff is hard to differentiate from. I agree, absolutely. And I'm old. You can often tell from the camera movements, like if they're absolutely unnatural camera movements. Not for me, because I'm an AI artist. Oh, well, that would make more sense. This is cool. I like when I see groups of people doing things together, like not having like political bullshit to keep them from doing something artistic. I'm not bragging at all. I just make art with AI. Yeah, he makes art with AI. There you go. Like imagine these 4 guys get together after school, and instead of saying, hey, you guys want to go smoke some weed, or let's freaking go to the bar, or let's freaking go to the strip club, or whatever, they're saying, grab your hand freaking jamulator and let's go get our routine down. It's rare to find people like that these days. An AI artist uses imagination to create images with generative AI. There you go. I could do that too. Certified prompter. This is stupid. If one of those chipped, his neck would go right down and his broken bottles would just slide right through him. I had 2 kids bicycle by my house. I was so excited to see kids being active again. What's up, freaking glitch? Long time no see.
Aí eu gostei. Bora, Gabriela. Foi, Gabriela. Continua. Eita porra, bora. Chama.
Nice. Oh, she's connected to the ceiling. What the heck just happened in that video? She morphed, did she? I could do this. I couldn't do it. Never mind, I can't do it. I could try. I could bounce.
Wow.
Yep, rip Dave Mira. What it do, Dean? What it do? I couldn't do this. This is just stupid. She got not a drop of water on her. I couldn't do this either. Good ankle strength. I couldn't do that either. I dated a woman who knew Dave and his brother personally. She went to school with him. Oh, wow. Canastota, New York. Jeez. I could film them. This is my style here. Never mind. Can't do that. How did he die? Oh, yeah, self-inflicted gunshot wound. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Don't do that, kids. Don't do it. Stay alive long enough. Everything will always be okay.
Yeah.
I watched a bunch of stuff about Mount Everest and hundreds of people in the line for the last leg of the climb. What a painful mess of places to become. Did you hear what happened where they just found out for like the past 15 years, a bunch of the hospitals and helicopter rescue companies and the Sherpas were all working together. The Sherpas were putting things, they were poisoning people so that they would have to be rescued and then pay tens of thousands of dollars for rescue because so many people could do it, but for 15 years they've been poisoning people. Randomly, I don't know if it's random or not, but that's what it said. Randomly poisoning people that would then, after they started climbing a day or two later, they would get sick and then not have the energy to descend and have to be rescued. And the hospital was in on it. The rescue helicopter company was in on it, and the Sherpas that were leading the people were all in on it. Absolutely crazy. In front of his ex-wife's house, he was broken, and all the concussions didn't help. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure. Nice. This is a freaking. We used to. So when I was a kid, young adult, whatever. I was working for this company called Home Fix, and we went door to door asking people if they wanted new windows, siding, or steel security doors. And what we would do when we got to a neighborhood, the first thing we would do was we would hacky sack for a half hour. I think Katra hates me. I don't know. I think she hates me too. Why does the world hate us white folks so much? Because they're trained to. No shit. I would check that out. I've been reading about it ever since 1996 deaths. People walked by dead bodies, tons of trash. Right. Yeah. And think about it. If you get caught up there, they're leaving you up there. So you're no autopsy. There's no autopsy to say this person was poisoned, right? So what are they going to do if you're up there? And if you're not doing an autopsy, if you just get sick and the hospital's in on it, they're not going to test for whatever poison they use to make you sick. Wow, the Sherpa thing, you said, is just evil. Yeah. Let me see. Let's look that up real quick. Mount Everest Sherpa poisoning people. Recent reports Mount Everest guides poisoning climbers involve a $20 million insurance fraud claim where the guides are accused of intentionally making trekkers ill to trigger lucrative emergency helicopter evacuations while widely reported by international media in early 2026. Nepalese authorities have stated there's no forensic evidence that climbers were actually poisoned. The investigations by Nepal Police Central Bureau, Investigative Bureau, suggests a coordinated network involving guides, helicopter operators, and hospitals. Methods to induce illness. They claim that they mix substances like baking powder into food or laxatives at an excessive high altitude medication to mimic altitude sickness. Financial impact. Over 300 fake rescues were confirmed and impacting 4,800 tourists. Legal action. The authorities have charged 32 individuals, including trekking guides, hospital staff, with organized crime and fraud. Yeah. Right. Everywhere. Right. Absolutely everywhere. If you don't think every worldwide conspiracy is not a big freaking fraud, when the way that they say, if what they say is the only way we can save the planet is to give us power, you know they're lying. Because like I said, with the global warming climate change thing, if it was actually as bad as they said it was, they would not, Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola would be the first ones that would have to stop using carbon dioxide for drinks. And they're not, and they still, and no companies were affected, just us. I mean, primarily big companies weren't affected, just small people and small companies, average people. All right, it's just wackadoodle, and we'll believe anything. Well, the big problem that we have is we think people have our best interests in heart, and they don't. And they absolutely don't. They watch the news, they watch TV, they watch the internet of people acting an absolute fool, and they see that most people that they put on TV and the news and clips on videos do not care about themselves. So then these people are like, why not get rich off of these people? And that's what it is. Why do you think you see so many people acting a certain way on TV? They could show other stuff. They could show other things like, oh, look at this beautiful family at the park here in Atlanta. No. They're going to be like, freaking, this dude carjacked this dude and did this, that. And this is what he looks like. And this is him. This is where he's from. And blah, blah, blah. And here's some music to go by about robbing and murdering and freaking shooting and stabbing and killing. And so that's the culture that we promote and put out there, right? That's what it is. The rap music and stuff, the gangster rap music and stuff. And so people hear that and say, these people don't care about each other at all or themselves. Let's get rich off of them. I survived. You did? No. That's freaking awesome. I never even been there. Oh, come on. I can do that. I can't do it. Not anymore. I can't do that. Never mind. Calisthenics. Yeah, but do that over sharks. Dude. I was going to say, what's he going to land on? You better hope that's secure. Nice work. Jeez. No way. Jeez. No, I'm against that BS. It gives a whole new meaning to surviving Mount effing Everest. Can't do that either. Yeah, I think I saw this before. They just go around like a oops. Put some Hulk Hogan, man. Hulk Hogan.
So thick! Oh my god, it's perfect! Oh. Okay.
That's freaking nuts. And it's raining.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Dude. That's freaking high.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go. Oh!
Ballet. Why didn't we? Maybe. Oh, maybe. Maybe. I don't think I saw her. I don't. Maybe it's some of the same ones mixed in. I don't know. It doesn't say previously watched or. Like, I don't remember this either. You said, oh, did I? I said jiggle, jiggle. I don't know. I don't remember. I got a pretty good memory. Damn, you got a really good memory. You said jiggle, jiggle. Wow, good memory. Now I gotta go back and watch it.
Yeah.
Oh. Jeez. Have you seen?
Yes. Okay.
Have you seen the guy who jumped without a parachute from a plane? Took like 4 years of preparation. I don't think I have. No, it should be there. Yeah. Yeah. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm not saying no. I never saw it. I watch a lot of stuff. Iran is at war. Iran. It restarts in 2 hours? Oh, Bran. Let's see what the Propa's got us. Well, it says 1 hour ago, U.S. strikes Iran south. Interesting. Oh, you got the insider info. Like, I think I remember this guy. No, I don't think I do, actually.
Go!
I've seen this before.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, you got it. Yes. Come on. Come on.
Not nuke.
Nice, come on. You got it. There you go, you're so fast. 60. Come on. You got it. Come on. Nice, okay, come on.
I could fall down. I could fall down it.
They're off. Now he's practicing the flip. That's how he'll have to land. He'll have to land on his back.
Oh, does he land on a hot air balloon?
The oxygen mask will come off. That will be from his cousin, Andy Farrington, who will be closest to him.
$150 miles an hour heart rate, 148. Is Hulk Hogan stuff copyrighted? Yeah, it's copyrighted. Oh, on an airbag.
Now
Okay.
at 12,000 feet, he'll hear a beep in his helmet. That will tell him he's halfway home.
Jeez. In a net. I think it's a net with an airbag on it. That's sounding familiar now.
Momentarily, we'll see his jump team pull their chutes, and that means Luke is all alone for the rest of the way. At 6,000 feet, he'll get another beep in his helmet.
Beep.
There goes the chutes. Luke is on his own.
Damn. Yeah, dude, you better not miss that. Can you imagine a big one, a big
And the crowd on the
freaking?
ground looking up, they have a visual on him right now. He's in. And he's kicking and moving. From here, it looked perfect. You've just witnessed history being made. Absolutely amazing.
Dude, that doesn't. I
Now
mean,
we want to wait for our medical staff to check him out and give us the official okay. The trap is being lowered. This looks like a win all the way. The rest of his team hits the floor. History made as he hugs
damn, dude.
the cable.
Squat like a fly. Yeah, dude. Yes, testicular fortitude is what you call that. For greatness. For greatness. Did we? Wow. Wow. Yep. Sometimes I get tired. That was the first thing to come into my mind. Yeah. Listen, I think a lot of people don't fully understand competition. Like, I think because for the last 30 years, competition has been frowned upon, but men have always been competitive and like always have wanted to be the best at what they do, and there's always been, no matter how far back you go, daredevils and things like that, pole sitters, all kinds of crazy things to do. Who stays awake the longest, who sleeps the longest, who can do the many cartwheels or back handsprings in a row. And if there's something that's never been done, so think about this. You like jumping out of planes, you like parachuting, you like base jumping, and you're good at it. You're good, like you got really good skills with it. What's never been done before? Well, apparently jumping out of an airplane into a big ass net like that's never been done before. So, you're like, hey, okay, I can leave this planet with something that could be carved into stone saying that, and that a lot of people, brother, it's been raining here on and off, and a lot, like really, really heavy rain, like damn near an inch for an hour. And then it'll stop for a couple hours, and then it comes back down hard again. Participation trophies and pats on the back for everyone. Yay. Well, right. Yeah. And the thing is, I think that's bad. I think that's why a lot of people don't see people as something to strive for. Like everybody gets a trophy, and that's not good. It should be, you need to try harder to try to get a trophy next season. And then you don't get it next season, right? And that, like, but everybody's emotions are driving forces and can make you do things. And then when a team comes together to make something like that happen, for the next 30 years, these guys are going to be having beers on the anniversary of this event for the next 30 or 40 years. And it's like a bunch of guys and a bunch of people got together and said, we're going to do something that's never been done before. Yeah, and that's something that you can't take away from people. Cherry makes my cup of coffee much more better. Sherry. I don't see most prone people. Most prone people as people? You like them supine? Smash that like button. Bam. Yep, survival of the fittest. Blindfolded next. Somebody will try it. Yep. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. Yeah, and that's amazing stuff. What people do. What people do for greatness. It's like when people get into the military. Why do some people go through the suffering to become a Navy SEAL? They're like, okay, we're in the military. We're going to be getting shot at. I want to know, and I want to, even though you've got to go through like nights without sleep and without rest and a bunch of, any good caribou? I can get caribou. There's got to be caribou hunting. Let's see. Yeah, not native in Georgia. Yeah, not native, nor can they be hunted in the state of Georgia. Georgia hunters typically travel to northern destinations like Alaska, the Yukon, to pursue, or Canada to pursue these animals. Because caribou are only found in the far north, planning a trip out of the country is required. Here's how you could plan a trip. Caribous. All right, let's see. Yeah, that was pretty freaking amazing. That was pretty amazing. Jeez, dude. I'm going to Hartsfield right now to catch a flight to Anchorage. You go to Hartsfield Jackson International. That's like a half hour from me. 40 minutes. 35 minutes.
Oh my God! I'm done. Hammered it, bro.
Like that feeling right there. That feeling where that guy grabs the other guy's hands and they're like, yes, yes. That feeling is why people jump out of airplanes and land in there at nets. Nice. Bats. Slalom. Send it. The sketchiest rope swing in Australia. Yeah, nice. Have you never heard of caribou? They're huge. They're biggins. Look at these freaking things, dude. Look at these. Absolutely ginormous. Like, look at that freaking... Look at this. Look at this freaking rack. Can they mate with... Let's see. Let's see. Caribou and moose do not mate. Different genera far apart. Okay, let's see. Caribou and elk can't breed either. Sticky wall, yeah, it looked like a sticky wall. Yeah, they're probably just mating with freaking other big ass caribou. There you go, getting it done. Nice. I think they're in the reindeer family. Let's see. Caribou and reindeer are the same species and share the same scientific name. Caribou is what they're called in North America. And reindeer is what they're called in Eurasia. So they're the same animal. Caribou.
Be paid one more time in my lonely mess with
Máquina, preparado, listo, fuego.
Nice. Nice.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jeez. Any thoughts on the UAP situation, Mr. Root?
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Rudolph the Red. Yeah, right. Yeah, it just doesn't flow. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Caribou. Too many syllables. You'd have to say caribou. Have a good night, Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Jeez. skipping rocks. See, and typically the only people that get excited about that are other people that do that. Like, you're like, who gives a crap? They're skipping rocks. Well, the other 30 guys and girls that are there that can't skip it that far are like, you know, they're like, they understand it. This is a different thing about like different cultures, how they don't mix very well with things like that. They don't understand it because they've never tried it. Jeez. Skipping rock should be in the Olympics. Dude, listen, I agree, because I'd like to be able to get to the Olympics. I'm pretty good at skipping rocks. And it would be interesting if they actually made it into the sports. Not that I condone fascism or any ism for that matter. Isms, in my opinion, are not good. A person should not believe in any ism. He should believe in himself. There you go, Space Cow. Like, I think it would be cool if they had like indoor rock skipping and you had like completely glass still water. And then if they had a frequency, like, you know, because they can have waiting, like wave pools. So then you can like have different difficulties by like, you know, 1 hertz, you know, 1 wave a second, 10 waves a second, you know, and stuff like that. I think it would be a pretty cool thing to do. Especially if you had like half a hertz, you know, like every half a, I guess a half a hertz would be half a second, which would be half a hertz, right? And then you want to hit it off the top of one cresting wave, and you want it to hit the top of the next cresting wave, so then it would actually like really matter. Life moves pretty fast, and if you don't stop and take a look around every once in a while, you could miss it. I'm a fan of aquatic swimming in the Olympics. I'm a fan too. I think it's good. I like seeing people press themselves to do things, and especially it's not you're not going to get like accidental winners. You know, it's like people have to like practice and hold their breath. You know, like practice holding their breath. Get in the pool, do some work a lot. Like keep your body at peak condition. Yeah, levels to that stuff, right? Rather than just having a smooth freaking glass finish. And that's one of the things about rock skipping is if the wind's high, then you're going to have choppier water and you can't get the exact impact of the rock because the water might be shaped like this. So, you know, or like this. I think it would be pretty cool. And then you know what we could do? We could start it. And then we could also start the manufacture of different weighted and or shaped skipping stones. So then they would be universally, you know, it's not like you could just pick up a wackadoodle stone. You could say, I shoot this. I shoot a 3 ounce. I shoot a ½ ounce, you know, ½ ounce, 2 inch. And then turn that into turn it into something. As long as you did something like that, like a baseball is the same size as a baseball, is the same size as a baseball. A softball is bigger. It's a different sport, right? And then you have a company you could manufacture, and then as people start to buy that, then you could start local area rock skipping stuff. The problem is you ain't getting it back. Right? You're not, when you're skipping a stone, you're not getting it back. That's probably the reason people don't sell. I bet you somebody sells skipping stones. Let's see. Somebody's got to. Oh, no way. Yup, a 4-pack. Yeah, there you go. So they got them. $15, $15. $15 for a 4-pack of skipping stones. But yeah, they're for swimming pools though.
Вертолетик. Плавно постановка, подсетка.
Kettlebell.
И оп, молодец.
Jeez. Oh man. Yeah. You need to work with Apple or Samsung to get air tags, stone tags. Fill the lakes up with rocks. Yeah, that's what you'd have to do. Maybe if you had, well, in the Olympics, you could have a pool that's only like 6 inches deep or something. The problem is the first guy that skips a stone would cause ripples, and then the next guy wouldn't have, that's probably why it would be an issue. Because the first guy would have glass smooth, and the second guy would have the ripples that the first guy left. There wouldn't be a way to make it fair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
The guy can break 20 bats? No freaking way, dude. Oh, I thought he was going to put it back on the bike. Okay, no. Sticks and stones. Oh, he landed it. Nice. Jeez. Muscle memory. Oh. Is that legal? Nice. Nice. And the words are spells that hurt your brain without noting and noticing initially. And the words are spells that hurt your brain.
No way!
I missed it. Oh, there you go about bats. Propaganda. Jeez, what a waste. 1, 2, Princess there before you. That's what I say now. Nice. There's a guy here that can break 4 bats with 1 kick. That's a freaking powerful kick. Imagine what it would do to your thigh bone. I don't even know. Oh, the floor is lava. That's what it's called.
Excellent.
Good job. Getting started young. Jeez. I want to know how much those things cost. Jeez. Anyone see the guy who lost the high vault and was sabotaged when his package? Yes. There was a bunch of freaking uproar on the internet because it was the ladies that were like, "Oh my gosh." Yeah, I saw that. Let me see. Where was I? All right. Professional trampoline. $4,000. Wow. In ground, 17 by 10, $80,000. 200-foot long trampoline, 80 freaking grand. Yeah, it was in the Olympics. Yeah. Damn, that's freaking crazy. Sports trampolines. Excitix. Still about $5,000. Yeah, 80K. Yeah, it was 200 feet long.
Oh my god!
No way. We didn't start the fire.
Hey, two.
Nice. Jeez.
Dude, what?
How are you, Novak? Better get on them brakes. Yeah, the big ass golf club. Nice. Look at this little freaking kid. You gotta be kidding me. I have failed today. I do every day. First things first.
Right here.
Here you go. 1 in a billion. Oh. That's a frisbee golf, disc golf. Where's that at? Jeez. I want to see how he got off of that thing. That's in reverse. See how the people are acting in the background? That's sped up or slowed down. Yeah, he's playing with the freaking. I mean, still. There you go. That's probably one of the $80,000 ones. Jeez, man. Nice. Look at these freaking kids. You ever wonder how people end up in the Olympics? That's how they end up in the Olympics. They start young. Look at Grandma.
Single stance. You go. Pull up higher each time. There you go. Watch your right. Watch your right. Go to the right. Yep. Stick with it now. Come on. Don't slow down too
I
much.
do eat cucumber that I
Keep
grow.
going. Go to the right.
I like cucumber salad. You ever had cucumber salad, Space Cow, or anyone? No? Oh, it's good. Cucumber salad is really good. Exercise. Feet are on backwards. So cucumber salad is thin sliced cucumber. It's freaking good. It's a thin sliced cucumber with thin sliced red onion, vinegar, and sugar, a little bit of sugar to balance out the acidity of the vinegar, and it's so good. You just reach in and it's like real thin, like paper, 2 sheets of paper thick. Cucumber salad. So freaking good. That's a little thick right there. Like almost, let me see if I can find a good, there you go. Like almost, this has got radish in it. And, no, that's just red onion. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. But that one right there. Thin sliced, thin, like paper thin like that. That's the way I like it. That's the way, I like it. Yeah, I don't really like the thick slice, the thick hunk of onion and whatnot. Don't miss that salmon ladder. Didn't miss that salmon ladder. It's a long way down. What'd I miss? Oh, here? Getting the exercise on. Yeah, I've had it with radishes. Yeah, I'm not a fan of radishes, really. I mean, not like, I'll eat them, sure, but like I don't add them to things. Space cow. Back further, okay.
The cucumber.
Oh, I remember this.
Cucumber. Cucumber. Vitamins, minerals, very high number. Silica, hair and nails get longer. Other vitamins make your bones them stronger. Anti-wrinkle make you look younger. 95% water, kidney cleanser, great hydrator, detox, fiber, good regulator. Your body good things, don't be a traitor. Get the cucumber, cut it in a slice, put it in a jug of water overnight. You know what you get for a fraction of the price? Energy drink full of electrolyte. Roaring salad is one of the use as a base for your vegetable juice. Another surprise, put a slice on your eyes, take away the dryness, revitalize. Oh yes, one thing I have left. Cucumber can also help with bad breath. Wash away the bacteria that cause the odor. Cucumber water instead of soda. A Maccabean Medical Monday. Cucumber.
Yeah, I like it. People need to learn more about vitamins and minerals. Abso-freaking-lutely. I love it. Back further.
Not too much. See ya.
Are you talking about here?
Watch your right.
I love me
Right.
cucumber. Greek salad.
Yep.
Is this what you're talking about?
Don't slow down too much.
Is that what you're talking about? Greek salad is too good. A lot of cucumber, onion, olives, tomato, feta cheese, sometimes chilies. Yeah, and that's good stuff too, boy. And plenty of herbal. Good shot. That was a marshmallow. I put cucumber on sandwiches instead of lettuce. So I used to do that too. What I would get when I used to go to when I still went to Subway, I would get turkey, cucumber, spinach, turkey, bacon, cucumber, spinach, mayo. Turkey, bacon, cucumber, spinach, tomato, mayo. Damn, dude. Uh-oh, what'd I miss? Oh, what'd I miss? Something, I guess. Ouch. Cucumber. Oh. What up, Dorjian? Jeez. Nice. What's that? Nice. That boy probably gambles after being on that trampoline. He's gonna play the pick 5, play the lottery. Cucumber is good and water to drink. Yeah, very good. But people don't know about anything. They're like, oh, I need something to drink. Get a Red Bull. Get a Coca-Cola. People don't have any idea what they're doing to their body. They have no idea what they're putting in their body. They got no idea. No way. Hold on. Jeez. Slingshot. That's freaking crazy. Nice. That's so crazy. I used to love Yoo-Hoo.
Hijo de su puta.
No way. No way. No freaking way.
Oh.
Jeez. Man, where do they have all those freaking grind?
Champion in Colorado, can he do it? California?
First try, right. First try. First try. Nice. That's how my mom would tame me as a kid. Bust out the emergency chocolate milk, double Dutch. ND can do that. Yeah, Yoo-Hoo, yeah, that was big for when I was a kid, absolutely. No, ND, I heard through the grapevine you buy baby orange cucumbers.
Yeah. Hey, oh, this side.
Freaking crazy. That's some serious freaking. You got one leg. You smell your cucumbers before buying? I grow them before eating. Moo cow. I heard Catcher don't love you back. Oh, dang. Dang, I want that guy on my team.
Oh my god, that went massive.
Jeez. Get my girlfriend's name out your mouth. You gotta remove the cucumber first. She loves me. She just doesn't want to admit it. You ever tried this? Anyone? I can't even water ski. That's a good idea. Huh, maybe I'll try that before I get too old. That's incel talk. Yeah, foil boarding. Oh, I'd puke. Did you see that? It said titty pick, please, on the end of the pipe. Right here. Look, hold on. Right here. It says titty pick, please. people are funny. I used to attempt to wakeboard in Lake Allatoona. Keyword is attempt. I was more like waterboarding. Damn. Putting it in the corner.
Man,
I can't swim. I sink. Can't float. Wow, same with my dad. I used to say because I had so much muscle, not true, and now I can't float. They'd be yelling, "Let go of the rope. Let go." Yeah, they want to make it wet.
Yeah, bro.
Nice. He's got a freaking... Jeez. She's like, "Are you getting this?" Helen of Troy? No. Yeah, I've been to Helen. Yeah. Jeez. This is it. Yeah, Helen, Georgia. Helen, go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Better not fall, buddy. Look at this freaking craziness. Yeah, you're dead. Jeez, it's a nice either Germanic or Bavarian. Let's see here. People surfing. We would go for the river tubing. You can do. Nice. Jeez. Okay, let's see. There you go. Germantown. The Germantown in Georgia, a bustling alpine village set against scenic backdrop of mountains, forest, and riverbanks. It looks like freaking ND's house. There it is, Coal River tubing. So crazy. Yeah, we got a lot of great stuff down here.
That's not coming back.
Nope. Maybe. There's no shot.
Oh my god.
Damn. That's serious. I don't know how to spell it, but Steenach. Steenhosh? I don't even know what that is. Steinachie. There you go. Steinachie. Never been. Wow. That's freaking awesome. An Okefenokee. No, southern part of Florida, huh? Yeah, that's freaking amazing. Yeah, there's lots of beauty here. You should freaking check out your country, people. I got still a lot to see. I need over the next couple of years when I get enough income, I want to start doing a travel vlog. Look at this freaking kid. They got the whole house set up for him. Yeah, there's lots of stuff to see up north too. Just gets cold. Canada, yeah, I'd like to check it out once the frickin' government chills out. Or when Alberta becomes America. Look at this frickin' guy. Gee, that looks like AI. Nice. Nice ollie off the freaking bench. Kickflip, yep. Yep. It's on its way. Jeez.
Let's start off. Trees, we're gonna put the box in the Kobe spot. Oh my goodness, look at the amplitude on the 1.2.
Yeah, good core control. Never gone into one of these things. I'd like to check one out. I'm literally $5 short of being able to get McDonald's. Life is horrible. Let's see. You got PayPal? I'll send you $5. The Willy Wonka. Look how our house is set up. No, bro. I don't want people's money. I want sympathy. I want sympathy for my fat belly. Gotcha. Just come to Maine. I'm close to the Canadian border. I'm a master Maine guide. I'll show you around. There you go. Do it.
Yes.
Jeez. I'll do it. 6 years old. No way. Yep. Definitely calisthenics. And she's breath Vermont. Yeah, I've been to Vermont. I skied Vermont, New Hampshire. It's easy to get lost in the logging roads in Maine. I've never been. That has to hurt, dude. Right there on that freaking collarbone and the freaking. Do you recall what caused a toilet to leak at the base? Yes, it's called the wax ring. So you have the plumbing flange, which is when the waistline plumbing comes out of the ground, flush with the ground. You have a flange that's usually about a half inch off the ground. The plumbing, in order for the plumbing to meet with that, the plastic or the metal flange to meet with the bottom porcelain of the toilet, there's a hunk of wax that's usually about 1.5 inches thick, like a ring. It's a donut. You put that on there and you sit the toilet on top and it smashes. If the toilet starts jiggling like dink, 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 then it smashes one side of the wax ring and wax doesn't puff back up. So that'll happen. Yeah, bad wax seal. Yeah. I used to get lost at Fort Bragg back at the firing ranges. I ended up at some CIA place, but my butt puckered. Gave me, yes, it can always be used as a compass. There you go. Yeah, dodgy plumber can always cause it too. Yeah, I'll show you here. Toilet flange and wax ring. There you go. So this flange, here's a flange and a wax ring, but this is the flange that comes out. Actually, you can see it right here. Right here. This is out of the ground where the 3 or 4 inch pipe comes up and comes to that flange. And then the wax ring goes on top of it, and then the bottom of the toilet squishes that down. Something's gone wrong with that, or the flange. If you have a plastic flange, this might have cracked. If this cracked, the water can come out also. That's lean. Dog. Did they give you a tour? They toured you there. He probably toured himself to the CIA. Oops, oops, oops. Jeez.
That is some sick colours, that Mariner. They've got Mercura brakes on there. Those classic fluorescent yellow Mercura brakes.
Why the other guy's walking his bike out of the water? No, they had rifles and asked what I was doing. I said, turn it around immediately. Good answer. Good answer. Hey, cute. I used to do tunes in my car. Tunes on my car that would test them out because the cops don't go out there. Rev it up.
Yeah.
Do you recall last time a girl told you it wasn't big enough? No. I had a similar experience when I found a Navy survival van again. Jeez, nice. 165 miles an hour was the fastest I went. Tires lifted off the ground. That was enough excitement for me. Dun, 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 dun. Like, this stuff takes a lot of practice. It's good to see young people doing it. That's funny. I wonder what they think of random people stumble upon. It probably happens more often than you'd think. It probably happens way more often than you'd think. And I guarantee they're trained exactly for that, you know. They're probably like, hey, dude, let's screw with this guy. Let's screw with this guy. She's in her high heels duking it out. Nice.
Ooh. Oh my.
There you go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice work.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Mom.
They probably have a wall of people's reactions, kind of like the people at Walmart website. Do you recall who won the Wiener 5000? One of the Wieners. Look at that. Bunch of mattresses and a tire. One of the problems with a lot of kids now is that they don't learn perseverance. They need to do stuff like that in training for success. Right. So that's like when children come across this channel and they ask for advice. That's what I always tell them. You've got to learn to love to fail in order to want to succeed, and never, like, most people don't do anything for anything. And I think the participation trophy thing is completely destroyed a couple of generations worth of people. Yep. Right. Oh, honey, you want a trophy? Well, you're gonna have to try harder. Yeah. Let's train. Let's train 3 times a week instead of once a month. Let's this. When we get home, we'll practice. That needs to be done. Not give my daughter a trophy. Give my son a trophy. He showed up. No. This reminds me of a video called "People Are Awesome." Difficult to believe else. That's what this is called. This is called "People Are Awesome." That's the name of the channel. Yeah, this is the second video I watched. Apparently, I've watched one of them twice. Yeah, we've got to teach people to try, and we have to teach people that failure is okay. But failure is not winning. You don't get an award for failing outside of 110th grade. You don't get an award for failing. You have to try again. And yeah, perseverance. Yeah. It's almost 6 million subscribers. 5.89. Everyone gets a prize generation. All home in their parents' salary. Yep. Now, they have to come home after losing, and they have to look up on the mantle and see their big brother or their dad's or mom's or somebody's award, and they're going to want, mine's going to go right there. Mine is going to go right there. Mark my words. That's what they've got to do, and they've got to work for it. Because if they know they're going to get an award for just showing up, it's not going to get. Listen, there are winners and losers in life. Absolute winners and absolute losers. And the losers get awarded for it. You can switch. You can become a winner, but not if you never try. How ridiculous. Yeah. The Australian guys do trick shots. Yeah, they were good. It's not really an award if everyone gets one. Right. And just like our teachers used to say, if I do it for, you say, give me an exception. And they say, if I give you an exception, I got to do it for everyone. That's not an exception. If you do it for everyone, it's not an exception. Give me my exception. Yes, the losers are rewarded. Yes. It's called a participation trophy. If you show up, you get an award. You can do nothing but just show up. You can miss all of your training days. You can just show up to the meet and do nothing. Sit down the whole time and you'll get it a trophy. The problem is losers will stay losers unless driven to change. It's like, why should somebody sitting back, like, look at this guy putting in the freaking work, right? And somebody that doesn't should get the same. Yeah, it's absolutely shouldn't get trouble. How do parents teach their kids to swim nowadays? I was granted I was traumatized from my learning. I did because of me too, brother. I remember being thrown into the swimming pool and struggling for it. It came up and I was just like, Dad, I could have drowned. I mean, obviously I didn't think, hey, he was right there and I wouldn't have drowned, but that's how I learned to swim. I went to swimming lessons when I was young, and all I really remember is them making us like take the water up to our chin and like blow into the water to see ripples, and then hold our breath and blow out a little bit out of our nose and stuff like that. But learning to swim, I was thrown in a pool. Yeah, participation trophies. Do you recall how long a box of condoms used to last you? Yeah, good stuff. I'm telling you. Is that true? That's true, Richard, and the reason I'm still a loser today. Right, you've got to be forced, and the only people that can force you is yourself. And that's a big problem. Always been a loser, always will be. So you won at losing. Hey, I'm back. Haven't been here a long time. What's up, Bennett? My mom, drowning, and my mom just watching. Yeah. I got thrown into a pool also. Cowboy, you need some saltpeter. Yeah, he does. An injection of it. In my case, that experience gave me PTSD and messed up my life. Brother, so he it's being tossed into a pool or drowning? Which experience? I mean, unless you don't want to talk about it, obviously. But there's something to be said about the journey also. There's something to be said about seeing your body change. There's something to be said about seeing muscles grow and getting better at things. Just even alone in your own basement, kicking a ball around or playing a video game or whatever. Tossed and everyone laughing. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, nobody was laughing. I kept complaining about not knowing how to swim, and he was like, do you want to learn how to swim? And I was like, yeah, teach me. And he threw me in the pool. I mean, they weren't sitting around laughing. That's kind of rough if people are laughing at you. Yeah, but that's, and then what did I do? I got out and I complained about it, and then he was like, do you want to go back in? And I was like, yeah. And then I love swimming now, and I go scuba diving and snorkeling and stuff. But yeah, if somebody's laughing at you, that's a different ball game. Especially if it hurt you. I mean, I didn't drown, obviously, and that taught me very quickly that I could get to the top of the surface of the water if I really wanted to. But my father was also in the Coast Guard, and he also was a lifeguard for a bunch of years too. So it's not like I was in any danger, and I knew all this at the time. Gravity. I almost drowned in a hot tub when I was 3. I was a goner till my dad plucked me out. So there was this kid, I want to say it was Ocean City, Maryland. There used to be the intake for hot tubs were at the bottom of the hot tub, and it used to suck water in order to blow them out of the jets. Well, a newborn infant age child got sucked to the bottom, and it sucked his intestines out of his butthole into the filtering system. So now, apparently there was a nationwide change where they have to put a dome screen over it because it was just a freaking like 3/4 inch hole sucking water in. Very, 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 very bad. Yeah, that's not good. There you go. That would have been a heel to the jaw. And PTSD is an interesting thing too. Like some people will take that being laughed at and turn it into they won't laugh at me again. I'll be the best at this. I'll be the best at that. And then some people break out of it. Some people get crippled by fear. And these are different people. Like some people go into the military and some people don't. Some people need to be the protectors and some people need to be the protected. And how do you filter it out? You know, how do you filter out who's supposed to be you? And we've always, for the past 30, 40 years, it's supposed to be everybody was supposed to be on level playing field. But the problem is that's not the truth. And it's all, you know, it's all crumbling now. Nice. Look at this. A bunch of guys getting together saying, hey, let's do something and getting it done.
Push. Yes.
Yeah.
No freaking way. Jeez. Look at this guy. Oh, wow. He's hang gliding off the guy's bodysuit, wingsuit.
Come on.
Nice.
Все получится, успех будет. Человек – самое мощное существо.
Jeez. Man, where's a hill like that? That's freaking
What you
brilliant.
doing? Yeah. I'm back in that. Hey, where you going? Hey.
Put the mic away. Always late. All right, Cheryl, have a good night. Yeah, I'm wrapping it up in about a half hour, so. Oh, that was over quick.
Who says work has to be boring? Some people are so good at what they do that they turn it into art. And now you're about to see the most satisfying videos of workers doing their job perfectly.
Yeah, that's the flame
But while
shield.
we're on a lunch break, subscribe and hit the bell.
This skilled excavator operator would make a great addition to any party.
You gotta be kidding me.
No super efficient mechanism could ever replace a true professional like this.
¿Tú le pegarías a tu hermana? No, ¿verdad? O una mujer no se le pega.
I don't even know what that
This is
was.
the coolest way to cut tofu. He just took it and cut it up into shreds.
Wow. That's good. The young people that are staying off
I
the
need to find
computer
out
are
where
going
this
to be
drive
that
roller to
level.
be so awesome.
Right. And online is a very toxic place. That's why I like having a kick-ass place for people to learn and have a community that's not. I mean, yes, we can watch some fun stuff. It's more, but when people have questions that need to be answered, let's answer it.
So behind the wheel. Oh my goodness. This guy had
Nice.
balancing listed as his special skill when he applied for the job. And he wasn't kidding. Now, watch a pro effortlessly transform an old rug into a brand new one.
That's not an old rug. That's how rugs are made. That's a brand new rug.
You've probably seen woven bamboo products, but have you ever wondered how the craftsman extracted it from a large bamboo stalk? Amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. Jeez.
Remember this bartender. He's guaranteed to put you in a rainbow mood, if you know what I mean. The way this man uses a scraper to quickly clean a huge pot is impressive.
Tells you how much they look into those clips.
Now, witness the highest level of dough taming mastery, where the noodles fly up and coil into a juicy tower.
Jeez.
The guy with the trimmer knows well how to enjoy his job.
That's nice work.
Now, you're gonna need help looking away from this lovely water painting technique.
Water paintings. Anyone here in the chat ever seen Sundog? Oh, the carpet one. Right. I don't think I definitely seen a ring around the sun hundreds of times. I don't know if I've ever actually seen separate northeast, southwest looking shines like that. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I've definitely seen the rainbow around the sun, and I've definitely seen like the double, like not double sun, but the, oh, I'll show you. It's extremely cool. Probably ice crystals in the sky. Yeah, like that. I've seen that lots of times. And this right here, I guess, is the Sundog thing. Yeah, probably in winter. In Maryland, when we had lots of snow and stuff. Like 2 suns. I've seen lots of atmospheric aberrations.
Cutting hair seems like a complicated process. There's no need to worry when a true pro is on the job. For the sheep, this is like a trip to the spa.
I see a ring around the moon a lot when there's a lot of light clouds. Yeah, that was
Admit it, you could watch this gravel shower forever, couldn't you?
Wow, good idea, good control. Million satellites.
This is how rice gets planted when a darts champion gets down to business.
Rice.
Does this guy really think he can thread a needle using an excavator bucket?
Jeez.
No way. He definitely knows how to bring the heat, too.
Everybody's phones. So he'd smash everybody's phones if he didn't do it good.
The diligence of this employee could make any metal surface sparkle like a mirror. I heard that working with glass is fascinating, but this is simply mind-blowing.
That's nice work.
Just look at how amazing this glass finish turned out. This perfectionist's method of laying bricks in a circular pattern, carefully selecting each one like a mosaic, is simply mesmerizing.
nice work.
This
You'd be
horse
blown
is
away at the
incredibly
amount of
lucky to
satellites
have
that are
such a
visible naked
skilled
eye at times.
craftsman to take such
So in the country, so I'm kind of close to the city, but I've been to a lot of like really country, like 50 miles away from the cities and stuff like that. Yeah, you can see very interesting patterns and satellites and whatnot. I've seen like Leonids and stuff like that. You know, actual the Perseids and the Leonids, but not until I was down here in Georgia. This was in Maryland before, back in Georgia, and you can see satellites. It's rare, but yeah, because you have to be in a very dark place.
Get ready for the most enjoyable fish fillet you've ever seen.
Jeez. That's good work. Do you recall why you haven't taken a moment of silence for our fallen shoulders? There you go, brother.
Only this master knows how precise his movements have to be to make the perfect hydro dip.
There you go.
Check out this chef's surgical precision.
That's a sharp knife. Jeez. Man. You've probably seen satellites, but you didn't pay any attention because you thought I was there. Yeah. So when I was down here, hold on one second. We had an app, and the app would show you hold the phone up to the sky, and you probably know what I'm talking about. You can see, it tells you what satellite it are. It's a satellite tracking app, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay.
It would have been easier to scrap this car than to clean it, but this pro isn't looking for easy tasks. Wait until you see the incredible transformation.
Look at all those coins. Oh man, lost a bunch of money. Do you recall how many bad words you have taught your neighbors? None. 0. I don't do that. Maybe when I was like freaking 10.
Epoxy can be a challenge for many, but not for this craftsman. It's hard to imagine a more perfect result. Cutting wood with an excavator bucket is an
These are banana trees. They slice them up so that they'll
only a knowledgeable
after you harvest the bananas, you knock the tree over and then slice it up so that they can compost faster. I've seen that app for the planets and the start. Yeah. Here, it's awesome. Satellite tracker app, Android. Yeah, so when you face your phone up to the sky, you can select what satellites you want to see. You can turn it on and off, and then you can see them streaking over the sky. It'll tell you what you can see. Your camera's on and the screen is on, and it tells you what's what, and you can choose what you want to look at. Satellite tracker. It's got a bunch of different, the constellations, and then actual satellites, like communication satellites and whatnot. Bad words is how I learned a little Spanish. Yeah, it's probably how I learned a little Spanish too when I was a youth. Yeah, satellite tracker app. Look4Sat is what it's called. Look4Sat.
Specialist can revive a rusted piece of metal like this. This team has its own effective method for delivering sand to the second floor. When a pro like this takes up a challenge, even titanic 100-year-old trees fall at their feet. Admit it, you also thought these plates were painted by a machine, not manually, by this talented woman.
Yeah, it's cool. It's good at.
And here's a cool, unique way of cutting noodles.
Puta. Getting it done.
Management will never be hurting for workers with an employee as valuable as this. Look at the confidence blacksmiths have while working with red-hot metal up to 1,000 degrees Celsius.
That's glass. Yeah, that's glass. That's not metal. You could tell by how gelatinous it was. Now you want ice
An
cream?
incredibly complex diagonal herringbone pattern is
Dude, I tell you what,
when
listen.
a top-notch installer gets to work.
I have an ice cream maker. It's $200 on Amazon. It takes an hour and 5 minutes. So if you say, I want ice cream, you can have it in an hour and 5 minutes when you say, I want ice cream. You mix sugar, vanilla, milk, and if you have cream, I've got real milk, so it doesn't matter. So, and then if you want chocolate, add chocolate and a little bit of cocoa powder, dump it in, hit the start button, and it cools it down, and it dashes the ice cream, and in 1 hour after you hit start, you got it, and it's good. The Nine Crazy, yeah, it was good looking. I love soft serve ice cream. I like ice cream soup. Herringbone. Is that herringbone?
This master chef is able to make 100 balls in just 1 minute.
And space count. Yeah. The no. This is called the Wootsie. Wootsie. I'll show you what it is. It's right. That's the Vever. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Right here. Here it is. Whitener, right here. This guy right here. It was under $200. It might have been $206 or something. This is $249. So you could probably find a deal. Whitener right there, and you could probably find cheaper ones. Here, $88. There's one right there for $88. Mine's 2 quarts. Now this is 2 quarts also, $88. So under $100. But this don't look digital. This you probably. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's digital. The Whitener, yeah. Yeah, so like this one right here is $60, but you have to put ice and rock salt in it and whatnot. What's up, Ava? And yeah, so and you get 2 quarts out of each go, 2 quarts. And the thing is, so once you're done making it, you pull the 2 quart bucket out, and then you can pop a plastic lid on it and stick it right in the freezer, and then it'll turn into firm ice cream, and then it's just ready for you. And then when you're done, you can just make another. And it only takes 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes. I say 5 minutes. 5 minutes if you're slow to mix the ingredients, because it will mix the ingredients. And you can add, like if you want to add a couple of egg yolks, or you can make French vanilla and stuff like that. Half a gallon. 4 quarts to a gallon. 2 quarts is a half a gallon. Yep. And so like I make 1 a week. So that's 52 half gallons a year. And how much is a half gallon? And we're talking about good ice cream, not freaking Kroger brand. Half gallon of ice cream. Let's see. So it's about $5 to $10. So just say $8, right? So $8 times 52. Oops. It's $416. So the first 6 months, it pays for itself. Yeah, it's good. Yes. And you just toss them in. So you get yourself an ice cream base recipe. So your base ice cream that you would add flavors to. And I just add a dash of vanilla to that to make vanilla ice cream. And then if you want to, just after 30 minutes or whatever, you just open it up, toss them in, and it'll stir them around. Or you can do it like if you want them to stay whole. Like if you want big chunks, then the last 30 seconds you toss them in and it'll just incorporate them throughout, and then you pull it out and freeze it. But it's ready to eat in 1 hour. So it's basically it's got a window air conditioner compressor in it, like a window unit air conditioner compressor in it that's wrapped around where you would put the ice, and it gets it that cold. And then the dasher that's inside spins, it mixes, and so it gets very cold from the outside, and the dasher scrapes it off the walls and moves it in. So as the ice crystals are formed, as the ice cream crystals are formed. Yeah, brother, yeah. It's good stuff. This will make me fatter, but I don't care. It'll probably make you less fat because you're not eating the emulsifiers and bullshit that's in real life, in fake ice cream. And the emulsifiers that they do to make it feel creamier because they use bullshit ingredients, it washes away an area of your intestines called it's a mucosal layer that your body uses to absorb vitamins through the gut wall. And when you don't have that, you gain more weight because you get less vitamins and minerals out of the foods you eat because it can't absorb through the intestinal lining. So then your body keeps getting hungry because it's asking for more vitamins and minerals, and it can't get it from your food because that lining's washed away, and it's from the emulsifiers in the foods that we eat. Yeah, so you might actually lose weight, especially if you eat a lot of ice cream.
Check out this incredible teamwork as workers literally sew in a missing strip of grass in a yard.
That's a yard. That's artificial turf.
Incredible. You can rest assured that your haircut will be perfect when you go to this barber. I wouldn't go to him for a buzz cut, though.
Yeah, that looks
Even
like
a
crap.
colossal task like painting a massive ship.
I'd like to do that once.
with
I would
good
absolutely
teamwork.
like to do that once.
Can someone explain to me why this is so cool?
Because it's awesome.
There has to be a school somewhere in the world where chefs are taught this culinary magic.
Culinary school. Damn. Oh, wow. That's pretty freaking cool.
This builder's work is valuable because it's not only practical, but also pleasing to the eye.
Wago connectors.
I had no idea that someone could cut
tuna.
such a huge tuna so neatly.
That's thousands of dollars. Oh yeah, boy.
Thanks to this person's careful work, you have the highest quality tea in your cup.
Yeah, so that's
Believe it or not,
I think
Trailbird
that's
Crafts
I think
own
that's the green tea. The white tea is a single leaf. The green tea is the first two leaves.
Laid by machine.
So all tea comes from, except for herbal teas, but all other teas, there's only one tea plant. And what you do with the leaves and when you pick the leaves is what defines the different types of tea. Could you give one message of your 12-year-old self? If you could give one message to your 12-year-old self, what would it be? Stay alive and keep going. One message. Yeah, stay alive and keep going. Do you recall your favorite Counting Crows album? I only know of one. I don't even know the name of it.
air-laid by hand by this cool team of workers. These cooks have put together the biggest kebab ever at 124 kilograms.
Jeez.
I can actually taste it in my mouth.
I'm gonna tell my 12-year-old self to invest in Bitcoin. Yeah, that would be a good thing to
This
do.
guy's skills are insane. That was way faster than any dishwasher.
It ain't clean.
Just sit back and enjoy the infinite fluidity
Wow.
of movement.
Nice.
Now take a look at what a person's nimble hands can do.
No way.
Our chef has excellent time management skills, so no guest will have to wait long for their order. The guy's experience allows him to restore a car back to showroom quality with just a
I would
few
tell my
clicks.
12-year-old self,
Incredible.
don't let a Danish guy lure you to get a drink. That's
I hope you are ready to see the most perfect line you have ever witnessed.
That's pretty good. You would tell your 12-year-old self something you already
Check it
know.
out.
Yeah, that's
Here's what a
like
crate warehouse looks like when there's a real pro working there. I could watch this for hours. Tell us in the comments what process you feel like you could stare at forever.
I wonder how much that
Check it
costs
out.
to get done.
This guy is a genius. In the hands of an experienced craftsman, a pressure washer can handle even a layer of rock solid ice.
Oh, that's ice. Okay, I thought it was freaking concrete. Yeah, ice. There you go.
With the help of a bandsaw, a worker knocks down a radio tower in 3, 2, 1. Awesome! The way this builder lays cement is just so incredibly satisfying.
You have to think about it for a minute.
Who else would prefer a swamp to a dull office like this man, for whom every day is an adventure?
Jeez. What are you doing? Moving the mud from one side to the other? Missed opportunities? Yeah. Don't dwell on
The
missed
professional
opportunities.
process of removing the bark from a tree
Yeah, a lot
is
of times people spend too much brain power dwelling on the things that they've missed rather than finding out what they could be missing.
extremely pleasing to the
We've
eye.
been told to invest in Bitcoin, but didn't do it. We was told to invest in Nvidia, but we didn't do it. We was told to invest in AI, but we didn't do it. Are we so stupid? Why do you think the people that do invest think we're stupid? And they tell us all the time. Like they say, why do you think there's so many poor people in America, even though the poorest people in America are rich compared to the world standards? We spend our money on bullshit. If you are an alcoholic or just a heavy drinker and you're drinking $100 a week, probably more than that, in alcohol, you could stop drinking and invest that every week. Put $100 in, and then that's $5,200 a year. That would be raised by at least 10%. And then in 15 years, the 15 years are going to pass anyway. So and we just don't, because we think of the investments as too slow. A lot of people cannot handle the slow burn. They can't. They want to put in $100 and be a millionaire tomorrow. Andy's a freak, but will never admit it. Yeah, I guarantee it's freaking. They better be getting paid good for that job. Yeah, I agree. That's 1 year without cake and alcohol. Right. Yeah, let's get smart.
I have never seen pancakes fried so amazingly before.
I mean, it's still a great time to invest in AI. Absolutely. There are so many companies that now they are so invested. They've converted over. So now when AI raises their prices, these companies are going to have to pay it, which is going to be a big spike. But you just got to know when to sell. And the thing is, or don't invest in AI and invest in NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is what runs AI. The more data centers that are purchased, the more NVIDIA chips that get sold. The thing is, though, if you invest in AI companies, when they crash, they lose value. But not NVIDIA has already sold the chips, so that's why it's good to buy stuff invest in materials. It's not too late, but it's arguably not a good time either. Yeah, Mark. Yeah. Yeah, I want pancakes now too.
I found this satisfying process pleasing both to my eyes and ears.
Yeah, I used to run a wood lathe and a metal lathe.
I suggest we dive in together and experience the satisfaction of a thorough cleaning session.
I thought he was painting and he's cleaning it. I'm an idiot. And I jolt.
A loader found the best way to quickly move 10 heavy tires.
That's and if what was to invest in AI,
there must be a
NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is going to make the money even if ChatGPT fails. If ChatGPT fails, they've already bought the AI. They've already bought the chips. So support companies is what's really good to get into. Like you might not. So say a new car company started, the Richard Car Company. I've got to buy tires for those cars. Those tires are paid for, and if the cars never sell and my company goes out of business, the tire company's stock still already went up. So you want to find companies, support companies. The ChatGPT stuff, if they fail, like Sora's not doing very good, so that would have been a bad investment. But when they were developing Sora and building out the data centers, they bought a bunch of computers and processors and AI chips. So those companies aren't going to lose it when Sora lost. You know what I mean? They've already went up. Meta, I mean, so if I were to do anything like that, I'd probably do an 80-20. I would do 80% in NVIDIA, because there's always going to be more companies. And you saw what just happened with China, right? Trump just signed a deal with China to let them start buying NVIDIA chips. So they haven't even started their purchases yet. So NVIDIA is definitely going to go up when China starts buying shit tons of them. So that's definitely a good idea. Andy, I dare you to donate more than 20 DKK. Me too.
Incredible transformation of such a dirty rug.
That's a dirty rug. Yeah, I got $16 left. I bought a camera today. It'll be here tomorrow. I bought a 4K camera. But one stock of a share of NVIDIA costs $230. We need something that is newer. Right. No, that's a big thing, right? So you have to start studying. You have to see like if you're going to invest in American companies, which is always the best companies to invest in, especially now, look at all the companies all the stuff that's being built that has not come online yet. We've got a bunch of car companies that are about to come online. We've got a bunch of chip companies that are about to come online. We've got a bunch of fabs, silicon chip fabrication companies. So all of those companies are going to, I mean, you would hope they're building the facilities. So once those facilities come online and they start selling, the stock goes up, right? That's what I would start looking into. I've been donating over 20 multiple times. Mukau, it's your turn. Yeah, I agree, Mukau. I agree. I'm gonna need to do like a 24-hour donation stream one of these days. I'm getting broke.
This guy has an impressive skill of turning gold into emeralds.
That looks very beautiful.
All it takes is 2 skilled professionals and a stick to move tons of cement from a barge. Wow, this one definitely isn't just a chef. Can a normal person
Look
really
at
do
that.
this?
Nice glove.
I don't want this action to
That's
ever
so-
end.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, and it was a beer bottle or wine bottle.
Such a diligent worker can clear even an abandoned footpath.
A diligent worker. Paint it.
These water benders are driving me
Water
crazy.
benders. I've invested in an electric car brand called Neo a few years ago, but that bitch did not move that much. Right? Yeah, yeah. It's gonna go slow. It's gonna go slow. That's so. One of the guaranteed things is the S&P 500. It goes up at on average 10% every year, and that's one of the best returns you can get. Another thing you can invest in is the United States government. That goes up guaranteed too. But there's like, I think they're called 10-year notes. So if you give them whatever, if you buy a $10 10-year note, they'll give you $13 at the end of 10 years. So that's 30%. So if you can wait 10 years, that's probably the best guaranteed investment is the 10-year note. The NASDAQ, yeah, there you go. That's a good one too. Yeah, right. I mean, like, but if you're trying to get rich quick, that's the problem. That's the problem we all have. The time is going to pass anyway. If you say, okay, I want this much money. Okay, hold on. 10-year treasury bonds. Okay, 10-year treasury bonds. A current yield for a 10-year treasury bonds is 4.666%. Yields are highly dynamic and update throughout the trading day. You can track exact real-time trading. Investors buy 10-year bonds to lock in guaranteed fixed return backed by the U.S. government to protect their principal from stock market volatility and to gain tax advantages. It serves as a reliable income stream and safe haven for assets. Right, so think about it. If you had $1 million, whatever you needed to do, whatever you did to get $1 million, and you put it in 10-year tax bonds, every year you're going to get $50,000. For that, so and that's guaranteed. If the stock market goes up or down, it doesn't matter. Almost at 30K. Yeah, stocks are for broke people. You have to read the news all day to be able to spot their smaller stock firms that have potential. Yeah. No, absolutely. And you have to understand what's going on here, where, than other, and what state they're in, and what politicians run that state, and which politicians look like they're coming up, and are they good for business or bad for business? Yeah. And things like that do happen.
Check out the most efficient box assembly line in the world.
Jeez. Indexes. Stocks are good.
This chef's guava cutting skills will simply blow you away.
Jeez.
Pros can use crushed glass to give glass a totally one-of-a-kind pattern. It's really cool.
Oh, that is pretty cool. off. I can see when we're done. I saw that monk. Stonks. He's just sitting there making bats all day. Yes, they are. 2 versus 1.
Look at
Stocks
the
and
incredible
entities value
accuracy
shares
with
data on
which this worker
sensuality.
splits stone.
Can you imagine making tiles all day?
This power is addictive.
Look at that clay. Man.
Always love to see people
Yeah, I
working
love that.
so passionately.
I ate stocks for breakfast.
This is how one genius moors a multi-ton vessel.
What's up, Tony, brother?
The way this operator feels their excavator is truly awe-inspiring.
How you feeling? How you feeling, Tony? A valued share can't be gay, guys. You feeling any better? 10?
Firing. Such impressive work with hot metal is only possible under the
You
close
say stocks are
supervision of
gay,
a
and
pro.
now you eat stocks. He eats gay stocks. He eats gay stocks.
I don't think any machine is capable of doing something
Oh,
like this at the same
wow.
level. Don't you agree?
Wow, that's a freaking amazing. I can't
With a
spell
life hack like
for
this,
shake.
every fold will look perfect.
You know what those are for? Those are Japanese schoolgirl outfits.
This is a thrill for my eyes. It's amazing that this man has arms powerful enough to bend metal rods so effectively. But even fragile-looking women can be strong enough to close an airplane hatch several times their weight.
Fragile-looking women.
This might cause you to start doubting whether the seasons are what changed nature's colors, because it might be this man's hard work.
That's
Witnessing
so
the
great.
amazing visual effects of a hammer making thousands of micro cracks without breaking the glass.
A little better, but spent most of the day resisting the vertigo. I'm mostly okay. I ordered the Paragard plus more vitamin D at your strength. I got the low dose previously. Yeah. And you got the K2, right? Yeah, you got the K2, right? I invested all my money in fragile looking women. A lot of us do that, plus, or a lot of us did that. Yeah. Yeah. Cheryl was talking earlier about, she was saying that she has I think it was ringing in the ears, and that can also happen from low vitamin D3, and then that can cause ringing in the ears, and then low K2 can cause vertigo because the inside the inner ear, those little hairs that float around your cochlea, they get calcified, and then the K2 will start taking it out, but that takes a little while. But yeah, you definitely need a lot of vitamin D for plus ultra. I respect it. Got the D. Nice.
Just like that, this man has opened a whole plantation for growing rice.
I used to have that from psoriasis. Yeah, so he's getting some Paragard, which should reduce any kind of parasitic load. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, thanks, Beats. It's definitely a bad investment plan. Bad investment plan.
This is so nice to watch that it makes you want to put this video on a loop.
You're like, can you? Never mind. I'm about to say something stupid.
Meet the man who grows your perfect Christmas tree.
Nice. Guess that's one way to do it.
Check out this team of amazing professionals renovating a plane until it is unrecognizable.
Damn, that's a lot. Psoriasis too. Too bad. Make your whole body itch. You know, I got a really terrific wife. She just dressed my leg
Widening
ulceration,
erode
which
in
is really looking
No problem.
very good, and my teeth have hardly any plaque now. Right? Yeah, it did. I used to have a lot of tooth plaque. I had no idea that it was a vitamin deficiency. No idea. It's amazing how it goes away. So leg ulceration and D3 will help with that too. Leg ulcers and vitamin D3. No, leg. Vitamin D3 deficiency is highly prevalent in patients with chronic leg ulcers, such as venous and diabetic ulcers. While vitamin D3 alone does not replace standard wound care, correcting a deficiency supports immune function, reduces inflammation, and may accelerate the healing process. Yeah, so yeah, you're a walking list of D3 deficiency, and that's good. So that's and D3 is very good steroid for healing the skin. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I love to hear it. I love to hear that you're getting better, especially stuff like that. You know, chronic wounds pisses me off. That yeah. It's good. It's good that it's healing. It's good that it's healing.
Only real experts are allowed to extract oil.
And the thing that's interesting also too is that I would assume, my assertion would be that I assume that having things like that, wounds like that, are going to take a lot of your vitamin and mineral load down. They're going to reduce in your body because your body's in a healing phase rather than just a healing normal daily wear and tear. You've got things that are taking a lot of your body's resources, you know, to put at those things. Absolutely. God bless you, brother. We'll be all right. You'll be good. We'll all be all right.
I'm getting a real kick out of this process.
That's a big ass saw blade. You use anything like that plus? Look at that. No freaking
These
guard.
fellas have to deal with the aftermath of snowstorms on a daily basis, and their efforts are truly monumental.
Jeez. That's crazy.
This guy is as talented as he is fast. I don't think this fence could be cut more perfectly. The genius solution was to bring Minecraft.
Do you recall how to utilize
and now
a
this man
wheelbarrow?
enjoys his
I
work.
do. I've got a dumping wheelbarrow. I've got a barrel. I'm a big fan. I use bandsaws to mill old cedar telephone poles. That's a big bandsaw. Big old bandsaw.
Every day.
I wonder what the turnover is.
Who knew that?
Like for having a sod farm, and I brought it up earlier in earlier today's stream. If you've got a big ass hunk of land, you could easily make a bunch of money off of selling the sod, especially if you plant a particular type of grass that people really like to use. I took Phenamid today, no GABA. I took a gram of GABA, a 20-foot bandsaw. I'm waiting for it to kick in, man.
Brushing fake hair could be so mesmerizing.
Making wigs. Oh.
This method for replacing damaged tile is truly brilliant.
No way.
Take a look at how unique the bartender is. Awesome.
That's some tea, boy. Yeah, it looks good. Oh, I missed it.
Top-notch caviar makes its way to store shelves, all thanks to this employee's attention
That's
to detail.
salmon roe.
The most pleasant part of bricklaying.
Pointing.
This is nothing less than a brilliant way of unloading all the bamboo
good
in a
good
matter
tea.
of
Have you
seconds.
seen a man who has a lot of money? Have I ever seen? Yes.
What could be more
yes.
satisfying than seeing perfectly coordinated
I've seen,
teamwork?
I've seen people that billionaires. Billionaires, definitely. That's how the pyramids were made.
Admire the mind-blowing process of mid-air refueling for airplanes. I don't think even
they
I-
have more than one album. Oh yeah, I think they did. They kept releasing it until like the 2000s. Winger Band. Nah, 17 is probably the most popular one. All Comes Back Around. When was that? That was 2023. 1988. Wow. Headed for what? Kip Winger. And they got 4 or 3 piano players. Oh, dang it. The wrong button again. Boom, 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 boom.
Hairstylists could make cuts as straight as this bucket.
In the Army, the drill sergeant asks us who wants to operate the dump truck and a backhoe. A few volunteers and 2 idiots later. Mutt and Jeff were introduced to a wheelbarrow and a spade shovel. Ah, freaking jerk. Striper, yeah, that's a good old one too, right? Yeah, boy. Striper. Randy Jackson. My wiener. Yeah, they're still going. Yeah, they're still going. They're still performing. Oops.
Now check out this incredible 3D wall.
Oh, wow. He sculpted the wood. That's what we do in the munis. I thought maybe he would just, I guess you can't really find it.
Have you ever seen anything like this? This pro pilot does a U-turn on a helicopter like it's nothing.
A U-turn.
And these guys are way better than any sorting
Good
conveyors.
old Bob Streisand effect.
Even the cat is surprised. It's unbelievable how these people work with red-hot iron as if it were clay.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. That's right. All walls are 3D. Right.
The dictionary should show these
Good-
workers
good
next
point.
to
Thanks
the
for
word
adding.
balance.
Imagine the wind blowing, knocking them back down.
Introducing the fastest serving demonstration ever. Wow. With one gentle movement, this ordinary vase becomes a work of art.
I thought it looked better before.
For a true
What's up,
master,
Bear?
even cleaning a pipe looks like a vacation.
Looks like a vacation. I had Striper's first album, Yellow Black Attack. Wow, I saw them at Madison Square Garden. They were headlined by Loudness. I remember Loudness. Mine is 40 cents the streams. 87.
Get ready to see the most perfect line you've ever seen.
Yeah, good work.
Glasswork seems to be more mesmerizing than hypnosis, doesn't it?
Casserole dish. Oh,
Put this donut in an art gallery, because it would be a shame to eat this beauty.
Eat that booty. The sixth dimension, you say. The sixth dimension. Wow.
A real pro. She doesn't even have to look down to make everything perfect.
That's got to be sharp.
The productivity of these guys would make any brick factory jealous.
That is a brick factory. That's a lot of freaking bricks. There's something
Careful.
about
Watching
the fat
this guy
fire.
work can be highly addictive.
I'm a big fan too. They say fourth dimension is consciousness, and hold on, they say time is the fourth dimension, and fifth is consciousness. How is life in the sixth dimension?
With just one swing,
Crazy.
This sailor
Yes,
is
sir,
able to stop
Novak.
a multi-ton ship.
Yeah, I did. I show you what I did. I filmed a YouTube short for Wackadoo for Memorial Day. Oops.
Wow. Happy Memorial Day.
Bam. That's me.
Happy Memorial Day.
Me and the other two guys ate just a gallon Ziploc bag of shrooms. A gallon Ziploc bag of shrooms at an AC/DC concert. Brother, that's a freaking little bit excessive. Jeez, those moto hornets.
Any job is fascinating when performed by a master of their craft.
Happy Memorial Day, Novak, brother.
Now check out the precision of this ice cutting process.
That's a big blade, too. We look like the chipmunks eating them.
The entire production takes place on an icy river.
That must be cold, boy.
What this master can turn a piece of clay into is sure to amaze you.
Wow, that's pretty good. Most I ate was 14 grams over a few hours. I was living with a dead end and had a garbage bag full of cheese. I took 6 grams yesterday. My memory kept restarting every
It's
5
crazy how
seconds.
true professionals can do their job even in midair. No harvester can beat this worker's sense of rhythm.
Need to get the sunflower seeds, brother. Yeah, that's a bit overboard.
My inner perfectionist is pleased.
Firecrackers. Damn. I was talking
This
to
head trimmer
trees.
knows how to
Weird
make his
part,
work
they were
nice
talking
and
back.
fascinating.
It's a good idea to put the tarp down.
Think the perfect job doesn't exist. This woman disagrees.
Only if you could eat it. Damn, that does look good though.
I bet you've never seen how ship propellers are clean.
Shit
And they do
propellers?
it beautifully.
Propelling shit.
It is unbelievable. How did he make such a wonderful drawing on clay? Someone help me look away from this cement being leveled. The printing factory handyman works more smoothly than a robot. Speedy weaving technique is simply amazing. This guy is the reason it's called fast food. Who knew that firefighter training could be so mesmerizing? Or are they just fighting a dragon? And this is just so relaxing.
Bam, baby. Oh, yeah, there we go. Big old glass of freaking milk. Yeah, boy. Let's see. All right, I missed something here.
A real master of his craft can even handle a mile of dough.
I went to a skate park at 4 a.m. with a friend who couldn't even go back home because my memory kept restarting. What's up, Robert? Brother? Speak out, you donuts. My tolerance became so high living in Victoria, British Columbia. It took more time each time. Jeez, yeah, that's tough. I had to remember myself of what I was doing all the time. Yeah, our brains can do some wackadoodle stuff. Paranoia. Yep, that'll drive you crazy. Yo, mama. How you guys doing? When time doesn't work. Let's get these freaking graham crackers open. Okay.
Do you know what can be done with 3 kilograms clay? This
3
woman
kilograms
sure
of
does.
what? Make a big old. Took me back to the fifth. Took me about 5 hours to get back home. How far away were you? 10 minutes.
The sound of floor leveling is like therapy.
The sound of therapy. Oh man, oh my. Nice pair of ears. Yeah, she probably hears really good.
I guess it's time to add a ketchup filling
Nice.
competition to the Olympics.
Good aim. The worst thing is thinking you'll never come down.
This
Oh yeah,
packer
yeah,
has
yeah.
even better card laying skills than an experienced dealer.
1 hour from home, it took me 5 because your memory's wackadoodle. You passed your house
It's
12
amazing
times.
how accurately
Richard's
this woman
family tree
draws
might end
these.
with him if he doesn't get back his way back on. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
A new pipe laying method allows these craftsmen to lay an entire pipeline
I'm gonna
in
get
just
I'm
a
gonna
few
up my
days.
pipe laying method. That's a big old pipe.
Here's the same technology, but on a smaller scale.
Felt like 20 hours to get back home. I'm so glad to be delivered
Watch
from
this
the
quick
alcohol,
method for
weed,
unloading
crack, and
boxes off
despair
a
of
truck.
desperation, the lonely monkey on my back. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Brando, brother. Thank God. Donate.
And here's what
Richard,
a
you
low
should donate your
processing looks
sperm to a
like.
clinic. They don't have big enough jugs. Yeah. Crackademic.
Just listen to this. Sometimes professional drillers can be mistaken for
I'm a
rock climbers.
professional driller.
this isn't a worker, but an artist. The way he skillfully cuts up this huge fish is fascinating.
Yeah, try to tell him that on payday. Oh, you're not a worker.
This worker knows how to quickly and skillfully paint dishes.
All I can handle now is the weeds. Oops. 1998.
Here's
Wire
how concrete
geckos always
piles are
calling
made
for
before
rabbits.
someone's new house is put on them.
Are they? Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Look at that big old pipe. Good. Me too. I mean,
I'm always so shocked at the complex shapes pro glass blowers can make.
I stopped out of boredom.
Such an unusual foundation requires a lot of effort, but these craftsmen laid it out like a piece of paper.
Damn, that is some good work.
It's
Lot of
about to
trouble.
get hot
Yeah,
in here
I got in a good
because
amount of
this
trouble.
is stainless steel being treated.
Until you take Phenaboo.
And that's the end of our shift today. Tell us in the comments about something you can do perfectly. But first, do what you do best by liking and subscribing.
That's right. All right, let's see what Space Cal's got. I stopped when I had to blow into a machine to start my truck. Yeah, that'll stop a lot of people. Yeah, I never got that far, but I got a DUI, that's for sure. Hey, there's Space Cowboy driving.
Sitting mid-pack early here, but
Mid-pack.
somehow he's still carrying that pug. Look at the little car move. McGregor carrying huge speed around the outside. This is unbelievable.
That's
McGregor
freaking, what's his
slicing through the
face?
field in that tiny machine.
What's his name?
McGregor wins
McGregor.
it. The tiny car takes first place.
With the pug on his lap.
McGregor sitting mid-pack early here, but somehow he's still carrying
I
that
pissed a
pug.
lot of
Look at
people
the
off by
little
being
car
loud
move.
and obnoxious.
McGregor carrying huge speed around the outside. This is unbelievable. McGregor slicing through the field in that tiny machine. McGregor wins it. The tiny car takes first place.
That's good. Yeah, luckily I didn't take it to that extreme. Yeah, that's AI, yeah. That's pretty good, too. Good stuff. I freaking love cinnamon crackers for dinner snack. I was lucky. I mean, I got into a couple fights and stuff like that, but like, I drank for, I don't know, 30 years or so. I mean, from like, I don't know, not daily. Maybe when I was in my 20s, early 20s, 2021. And then after like COVID, like it was just like, I started getting my shit together, vitamin and mineral wise, and then after I started taking B12, I was just like, I wasn't bored anymore just sitting around. Like I started to get really motivated, and I wasn't bored sitting around, so I just stopped going to the bar. No, it's not AI. He was actually there. Have you ever guys engaged ever into fights? Yeah, I've been in a couple fights. Some fights, but just made worse decisions. Ended up in the drunk tank 3 times. Yeah, no, I got no fight. I got into 2 bad fights where like I should have stopped, and I didn't. But yeah, I was stopped, so that was good. But yeah, like this guy, man, people. I mean, I'm like this drunk. I'm chilling, talking to everybody, having a good time. But I'm the skinny guy, and then you have some guys that just think because they don't know who I am and I'm skinny, that it's okay to push me around. So, pain in the ass though. Pain in the ass. Last fight I had was on shrooms, drunk, etc. I had my hand-eye coordination was terrible and I lost. Yeah. It sucks. It sucks to have to fight people. I don't think people should fight. And alcohol was definitely involved. Last fight I was in my 30s. I fought one guy with another guy trying to pull me off the whole time. Yeah, that shit will piss me off too. Like if you got to fight, especially if the other guy's not being pulled off also, like one of your friends grabs your arms and lets somebody else hit you just so you don't hit them type shit. Like, like that's where I go. I see the tall, skinny guy and they want to prove themselves because they're midgets. Yeah. I mean, and it's like, listen, I'm not like kick ass, but I know how to fight and end it quickly. And I do stupid shit like elbows to the jaws and stuff like that. On Thanksgiving Day while I was stationed in Germany, I took a value while drinking Dunkelbach beer. I became totally obnoxious AO at the PX bowling alley. Thank God my wife and friends got me. Yeah, that's good. You need good wife and good friends to help you out with that. I couldn't even imagine fighting while on shrooms match. Yeah. That wouldn't be no fun. That wouldn't be no fun. And since then, which was probably like 12 years ago, but since then, other fights almost got into, like this one dude beat the dog piss out of this guy. This guy was like, I was hammered and I didn't realize that this guy was being aggressive towards me, because maybe that's what really pissed him off. And like, so like he kind of like goes to like turn me around towards him, like, hey asshole, I'm talking to you. And as soon as he did that, like before my body got turned all the way around to see who he was, this dude grabs him, lifts him up, slams him on the table. What was his name? Tim Tolan. Slams him on the table and freaking just puts fists in this guy's mouth like three or four times. Like, this dude's the nicest dude you'll ever meet. Don't you ever freaking touch my friend. I was like, that was awesome. I'll do everything in my power not to fight. Yeah, it's best absolute not to. It's best absolute not to. Like, listen, like, just as how people come into here when they say fighting words, I understand. I give them grace and whatnot. But some people, it gets to the point, and it's my fault too, because I obviously put myself in a bar room every day for freaking a bunch of times. But yeah, and now I don't hang out in places like that, so it doesn't. Men and beer. If you want to fight, I run. Yep. The people pull knives too. Yeah. I was about to hit the other guy, and the other guy grabbed my arm, so I raised up both hands like I'm done. Then I got punched, and the guy let me go. Yeah, I could see it as soon as you started talking about it. My Pete, my nan, Steve Reed. Yeah, that's it. But I'm lucky. I'm cool to everybody. And like only other times I almost got into fights, somebody thought I was somebody else that was, I guess, sleeping with his wife or girlfriend or whatever. Wasn't even me. And he realized it after he got all up in my face and was just like, you motherfucker, this is that. I'm just like, don't know who you are, dude. I have no idea. And he's like, oh, dude, I'm so sorry. Dude, drugged me over to the bar. Was like, buy this man a drink. Look, brother, I'm so sorry. Blah, 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 blah. And he would have freaking ripped me a freaking shreds. But, but things like that happen when people are drunk and the girls that they're dating are freaking wackadoo. And, like, hey, when you weren't here. Bars are where the fights happen for me, nowhere else. Right? Me too. My dad used to fight in bars, once beat the F out of two cops while in cuffs. Jeez. That's not necessarily a good thing to do. High kicks, that'll do it. That'll do it. High kicks for the police. All right, everybody. I'm going to go to bed here. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Don't go to the bar and get into no fights. Chuck Norris. Happy Memorial Day, Wyatt, brother. Happy Memorial Day. All right, I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, one more. Since then I've been carrying as a civilian. I've gotten to virtually no fights, especially. And I stopped getting high. Right. Yeah, that's typically the reason that we put ourselves around other people that do the same. Kind of like Norris. All right, everybody. Thank you. Love y'all. Bye-bye.